I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Conspiracy Monday. I wear black every Monday, so we take on the tough issues. It's also Earth Day, and I want to congratulate anyone who wants to celebrate Earth Day. Yeah, I'm sure Elizabeth Warren is probably celebrating something. Yeah, she's no doubt having a powwow among some of her Democrats who collected affirmative action illegally, like she did. Pretty sad that here's a woman who cheated to become a professor and then went ahead and now is offering a free college education and student debt relief. She's talking about, and this is how ridiculous the Democrats are, she's talking about paying for everybody's student loans. $1.3 trillion, that's how much student loan outstanding debt is out there. She doesn't have a method to fund our government except through pure taxation, and she wants everybody who got a student loan to skate. I have a plan to get people a free education, 6-week to 6-month certification, not 4-year education. The government can't afford that. It's ridiculous. There's no way we could afford trillions of dollars her plan would cost. Trillions. But I can assure you a 6-week to 6-month certification plan will make you $20 an hour to start. That's something a lot of people will like. The idea of a woman who's never been charged with a crime continuing to run for president is ridiculous. So Donald Trump should charge her with a crime. Having followed my advice and talked about the DNA thing, Trump took the idea from me. I was the one that first talked about the DNA thing. I never demean the Indian people, the Native American people. I myself have Native American history. My Algonquin heritage, I discovered when I was young, was part of my history. But the reality is, I'm not a person who would ever lie about my Algonquin, minuscule Algonquin heritage and claim that I'm an Algonquin and should get a free education. She did. And this makes this a sham. And Donald Trump should be prosecuting her right now. But then again, he'd look a little guilty because she's also the one who's trying to pitch for impeachment. Yeah. It's kind of amazing what's happening right now. It turns out that Donald Trump has been getting some viral news. We actually tweeted something today about this. I'm going to show you my Twitter account for a second. And I was tweeting a CNN article about obstruction and how Trump tried continuously to try to commit obstruction of justice. Which is the operative definition of obstruction. Trying to commit obstruction is obstructing. Even though it didn't really go anywhere, apparently all the people he was asking to obstruct didn't answer him, like John Kelly and H.R. McMaster, other people. The article at CNN was completely censored. When I click on it, it's gone. And I click on it up here, it's gone. They pulled it. Apparently Donald was so upset about the article that he asked to have it pulled, and Jeff Zucker, his close friend at CNN, an Ashkenazi, actually probably pulled it. That's what I'm going to guess. Yeah, now, the major disaster in Sri Lanka claimed the lives of 290 people. We just saw some gruesome footage. I'm not going to play that for you. It's horrible. I mean, you want to see blood and guts? It's all over the place. Terrible. Terrible what happened. But yet there's some anomalies. Scissorfight was looking through a series of websites relating the story, and apparently the story was discussed prior to it happening. And the only way that could happen, there are two ways. One, none of this ever happened, and it's all just a big, huge studio production, which I don't believe is true. Or more like 9/11, where 2,996 people died, and the people behind it were trying to create a terrorist event to drive a wedge between the Christian and Jewish world and the Muslim community. And that was an effective tool. 9/11 and the effective the Zionist attempt attack on our entire country during 9/11 is probably the only answer we could come up with after all these years, because we certainly don't have the perpetrators of 9/11. We haven't caught those people. But we do know that the Mossad was there. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that this entire Sri Lankan attack may have Zionist roots. Remember, their goal is to constantly protect Israel, constantly hate on Muslims. Who wins in this? Zionists win. Our country continues to ramp up anger toward Muslims. Christians begin hating Muslims. Muslims are then the target, and then Israel is protected from the dangerous Muslim hordes that are trying to come in around them. So if you look at all of this and frame it as a Zionist plot, it makes a lot of sense. Everything makes sense at this point. Now, can we confirm all these cases of death? At this point, no, I can't. But I can tell you the video we saw earlier was horrific, of people being killed. Multiple bomb blasts in Sri Lanka leading to the death of 290 people, 500 injured. I don't know if it's exactly 500, but it does make you wonder, what's the end game here? Not just loss of life, there is a message behind this. Now Trump
All right, breaking news.
Sons.
CNN has learned that the president and his sons are suing Congress. This is an effort to stop House Democrats from obtaining the president's financial records. Manu Raj was on Capitol Hill with more. So, what can you tell us? Big deal.
Yeah, yeah, indeed it is, Poppy. This all came after Michael Cohen, the president's former attorney, longtime personal fixer, testified before the House Oversight Committee and alleged the president improperly and potentially illegally inflated his net worth as he tried to purchase the Buffalo Bills football team. Now, afterwards, Elijah Cummings, the chairman of the committee, sought to get information from the accounting firm that would have financial data of then individual private citizen Donald Trump and determine whether or not Michael Cohen's allegations were correct. Well, that firm, Mazars, came back and said, we'll comply, but you need to issue a subpoena first. So Cummings turned around and issued a subpoena. Now the Trump legal team pushing back, saying that the company should not comply with the subpoena because, in the view of the Trump Organization, that exceeds constitutional limits. Now, in this lawsuit that was filed in D.C., federal court in D.C. today, it says, because Chairman Cummings' subpoena to Mazars threatens to expose plaintiff's confidential information and lacks a legitimate legislative purpose, this court has the power to declare it invalid and to enjoin its enforcement. Now, this lawsuit goes on to say that the subpoena is the, quote, weapon of choice of Democrats. They say there's no reason for them seeking this, but only ratcheting up the stakes and the fights between the House Democrats, who are not getting much compliance, of any compliance, from the White House over a range of its investigations. They've tried to go to individual firms to try to get data, financial data. Separate committees are subpoenaing banks for other information involving the Trump Organization. But you see the new tactic here launched by the Trump Organization, try to prevent those companies from complying with Congress. We'll see what the courts ultimately say, but pretty dramatic move this morning to try to prevent this, these records from being turned over to House Democrats.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I have two parts to the proposal.
Okay, I have one part to the proposal, that the impeachment needs to go forward. Now, when we talk about the Ashkenazis, the Zionists, we are seeing some major increases in our viewership. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, I'm exposing something that I think a lot of people need to understand. I support Israel, as you know. I want Israel as our ally. I just don't want Israel, or whoever made Israel, to have total control over America and dictate what we do in future foreign policy. And I believe they have. I believe Zionism has infested our foreign policy and is forcing us to do things that anger the Muslim world and drive a wedge in the progress toward peace. Yeah. I'm going to look at a couple things right now. Somebody asked, where is Sri Lanka? Let me give you the map. It's at the base of India. You can see in this map right here. I'll show you. There it is. See? Right there. Sri Lanka. Okay, thank you. Got you back up to speed. Good. You're moving into a van tomorrow? You're homeless? Wow. Sorry that happened. Yeah. Okay, there were quite a few pictures or releases of this event, and Scissor Fight discovered this when he looked at this. Apparently, they talked about the event on April 7th? Hundreds dead in Sri Lanka bombing, April 7th? How is that possible? Yeah, so it's like, well, how did they have an April 7th posting? You know, so it's very strange anomalies on these search engines. You're excited to move into your van? Well, yeah, your rusty old van costs $1,500 and you're going to have freedom, finally. You can live your own life. Speaking of living your own life, there are some people that are fishing out of sewers. This is a video that Howie brought us. Sewage fishing. Let's take a look at what sewage city fishing is. I've got to move this around here. I'm in the middle of sewage city fishing. Okay, let's take a look, Howie. Wow. Okay. So he's fishing. He's actually fishing and eating out of the sewer. Thanks for sharing, Howie. It's good to have a fresh new look on life in third world nations, because our nation is heading toward that with Trump leading us in that direction. And butt plug is making waves. Yeah. I don't know. All I can tell you is that the Democrats love a homosexual man who wants to overtly talk about gayness. You know how much they love Barack Obama and his transgender wife, Michael. So now Buttplug is making some big progress. I don't know if he'll beat the fraudulent perjurer Warren or not, and why Donald Trump won't in any way attack Warren on the DNA exam that she did, finding out that she was less than 0.5% Cherokee. I don't know. I mean, there's one thing stealing my ideas and another thing not acting on the ideas you stole. It would help Donald Trump right now to actually say something about Elizabeth Warren, especially now that she's engaged in an impeachment process. I mean, he's been trying to obstruct all along the happy pathway toward no collusion, no obstruction. Now he's going to have to answer to the one woman who he's been accusing of having no Cherokee ancestor, because that's what I suggested, get a DNA test. But he's not doing it. And the reason why Donald Trump is not processing an attack on Elizabeth Warren, whether it's a felony charge or perjury charge, whatever, is because this divide between the left and the right is all by design. If they were to get Elizabeth Warren on that perjury charge, then she wouldn't be in the actual competition. She wouldn't add to the divide that's going on between the left and the right. She's very good at acerbic politics and going after Donald Trump, so they like that. The Zionist handlers of both the Democratic and Republican Party, they love this. They love the play. And they especially love anyone fearful of terrorism. That funds the war machine and pays for their military-industrial complex to keep making more money. It's all about the concept. It's all about putting people in a state of constant fear and then justifying terror, the buildup of military funding to stop terrorism. That's what they're doing. You can live your own life, no more paying rent. You can park close to where you work, take a better paying job, and get ahead. Get free Wi-Fi at Starbucks. Good going, germ rat pig. You see you're moving into your van as a big step in the right direction. That's right. Yes, Sri Lanka has a lot of rice production. They make teas cultivated in Central Highlands. Vegetables, fruit, oilseed crops are also made in Sri Lanka. So far, the Tamil Tigers have not taken credit for this, so it does seem like it's some unknown source. And all we got right now is unconfirmed reports, but this person who looks mentally retarded is claiming he did it all. And this is coming from the Jerusalem Post. Now, here's another telltale sign of a possible Zionist connection. They've already named the perpetrator of this heinous crime, 290 people dead, 500 injured. And it's this retarded-looking guy. Molvi Zahran Hashim preaches an incitement. Yeah. Shortly after bombing attacks struck Sri Lanka, right-wing reports began disseminating a name of an Islamist terrorist who then they said was responsible. So this is like point the finger at this guy because he's mentally retarded. Yeah. Yeah, Michael Obama is a dude. Yeah, we've been lied to about the Obamas. They were never really a couple per se. I mean, they were a homosexual couple. Barack is gay. And Michelle has a penis. As you can see by this picture in the Ellen DeGeneres show, she was dancing one day and Ellen DeGeneres apparently didn't notice the penis. Apparently later in films we saw it. Hang on. There it is. See that? Look at that penis and the testicle dangle in the jeans there. I mean, you clearly see the outline. Hey, I wouldn't have to be so rude as to talk about this if we hadn't been completely lied to by these frauds, these fakers. And they basically wasted 8 years of our nation, while Trump is now wasting 4 years or 3 years of our nation, while George W. Bush wasted 8 years of our nation. So we're kind of on a wasted fake presidential run every time we have an election, because your vote for the two parties is a wasted vote. No matter what you vote for, left versus right, Democrat versus Republican, you're wasting your vote. You'll get the same AIPAC-controlled Zionist government either way. The only way you're going to get separated from this dark force of veritable Zionist control is to vote third party. I didn't lose 50 voters. No, this is, everything on Vaughn is completely altered. I'm purging that statement. Everything on Vaughn is completely altered. Mark has got a lot of money, and he's been receiving money to censor us for years. So please don't put your head in the sand and ignore that fact. And it's very frustrating for me to listen to some of you people who believe that he's not getting money, when you can tell he doesn't sell a lot of VIP accounts, and that when people try to get into our show, they get capacity server screens, or it's just off the air. And this has been going on for years now, and you people could still contend that Mark makes money on his site. Mark makes a hell of a lot of money censoring our show. You say I look like a wrestler named Billy Gunn? Really? Okay. That's kind of a stretch. He's a lot older looking than me. He was born 3 years after I was born. Yeah, I'm right. I'm 3 years older than he is, and clearly, he's a wrestler. I'm not. There's no real resemblance here between us. He has a cleft chin, and no. Sorry. Nice try, though. Did he die? I don't know. I know he's still alive, I think. Yeah, better known as Billy Gunn, professional wrestler currently working for All Elite Wrestling, AEW, as a producer. Now, you could say I look like Tim Gunn, and that would be kind of disturbing, because, I'm not Tim Gunn either. Tim Gunn was on Project Runway, if you don't recall. Yeah, it's like the guy who said, "Okay, everybody, let's just make it work." I wonder if he's related to the other Gunn. There's Tim Gunn. "Okay, everybody, how is everyone? Check out the accessory rack." All right, moving on. Don't you just hate it when they send these screen grab things? And it's like, "Oh yeah, you've got ad block." No, I don't want to see your site. Thanks anyway. Okay, Sri Lanka attacks. Death toll soars as police identify 7 suicide bombers. Wow. 7 suicide bombers. That's tough to generate 7 suicide bombers. Yeah, how do you make 7 people kill themselves in one day? That's just so weird. Mr. Anderson. I don't know. People still think that site's still happening. I don't know why. But we prefer people going over to iblog.tv/user/America's Third Party. I know. I can't leave a site that gives me free access. I'm going to stay on as long as they'll have me. He can't really get rid of me because I don't violate his terms of service. So it's kind of a cohabitation situation. No, we have millions of viewers, not 69 viewers. Evil Dance. Whatever you're suggesting is not accurate. We don't have an accurate number on Vaughn. He completely alters his list. One day we had 93,000 people. Another day 123,000 people. One day we had 985,000 people. And the hit counter reads 69 viewers. So 1 is equal to 30,000. So 69 is 69 times 30,000. That's right. Okay, well, I guess I'm processing some pretty tough news here. And I saw the gore, and I'm not going to play it for you because it is pretty realistic. People are just, terribly upset. And it's strange that our government and the Democrats have completely soft-sold the whole idea of what happened. In fact, Hillary and Barack have made statements. Obama and Clinton lambasted for calling the bombing Sri Lankans Easter worshippers, not Christians, mind you. Now, remember, the Democrats are extremely apologetic to Muslims. This is not a hairpiece. Yeah. Thank you. It's my real hair. I'm just trying to get it to sit right. There we go. Okay, read all what you said. Oh, it's a different person. Okay, thank you. You're talking about somebody else. Is not a hairpiece? Thank you. Don't want to talk about the flat Earth. So if you came here to talk about the flat Earth, we don't do the flat Earth or the Earth, the little dicky Earth. No, we don't play the flat Earth videos here. It's hilarious the way these people think that the Earth is flat. Well, a lot of people are believing that, anything they're reading online. So they believe that everything online is something that somebody created. Well, ironically, there is a strong component to what's online. And especially in the conspiracy realm, a lot of it's a lie created by the CIA and the Allied Signal Corps. Whenever they have a story that they want to dispute is not true, like maybe the moon landing, we haven't been back in 50 years, the video from that time period is all we have, even NASA lost the original video. Anytime they want to dispel a popular conspiracy theory like a moon hoax, they came out with this idea, well, everything you've been told by NASA is a hoax, including the Earth's being round. So it's just one way of trivializing any real credible hoax questions about things. It's one way they do it. For instance, they don't want you to talk about chemtrails. Chemtrails are seen in the sky above our house and all around the country, all around the world, constantly. And we can't ignore them. They're there. I mean, we've got photographs, but you'll oftentimes see credible chemtrail stories on the same page as a discussion of reptilians. Now, there's not one single picture of an alien ever taken on any camera, and there's over 5 billion cameras in the world. Yet they want us to believe that chemtrails are like reptilians. You see how they do this? And these are all generated by the CIA to try to dispel any concern about these dangerous chemicals that they're dumping on our head. Like we were insects daily, poisoning the earth we live in. I mean, the only other alternative would be to, blow up the world and claim that it didn't exist. Okay, MSNBC criticized for ambush of Robert Mueller after East church service, disgusting and rude. Really? Okay, an attack on Robert Mueller outside of an Easter church service. Well, he just delivered the most poorly developed story ever on the planet. Robert Mueller was completely unable to put together a subpoena to get Donald Trump's tax returns. He was unable to actually prosecute Paul Manafort on the money laundering charges. He was unable to actually pin down any info about Seth Rich, didn't even try. He didn't even investigate the flippant testimony by Donald Trump Jr. There's no mention of that. We know for a fact that Donald Trump Jr. flipped testimony on what happened when he met the woman to end sanctions with Russia. He talked about Russian adoptions one day, and the next day he talked about Hillary's emails. And then Roger Stone is called in to testify with 7 indictments. It's highly unlikely Roger Stone has anything to do with this, but they use Roger Stone as a reason. William Barr used it as a reason to redact all these pages. Even after redaction, it still looked like Trump was running around the White House trying to get everybody to obstruct justice. Even after it's redacted, it looks like that. It looks completely like even his own staff wasn't listening to Donald Trump as he was barking orders to try to stop the Russian investigation. Even his own staff, John Kelly and others, must have stood there as a barrier saying, no, you just can't do that. And Donald was going, no, they can't investigate me. I'm immune to prosecution. And he's still saying the same thing. He's immune to impeachment. Yeah. He says he can't be impeached. I can't be impeached. Unbelievable. Let's watch the Mueller encounter.
Sir, could I ask you a couple of questions? Will you testify before Congress, sir?
No comment.
Are you sure about that, sir? Well, if he were anybody but the president, would Mr. Trump be indicted, sir?
Now that you finished the,
Sir, why didn't you make a recommendation to Congress one way or the other, sir?
Are you going on vacation at least somewhere?
Did the Attorney General accurately characterize your positions on conspiracy and obstruction, sir? I think it's accurate to characterize Director Mueller today as being tight-lipped in response to my questions, Joy.
Yeah, that was...
Welcome back. You're
The
watching
report
Fox
lists
News
a-
First, a Fox News alert for you.
Okay, that does look very much like Robert Mueller stonewalled everybody there. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk to anybody. He must be embarrassed that he didn't follow through on any of the claims that he originally put out to do. No, that's not me. No. Emirati woman wakes up from a coma after almost 30 years. Okay, that seems almost too good to be true, but I'll look at it. All right. Well, I think that Robert Mueller has done a piss poor job of an investigation, frankly. He would have had 600 pages if he did his job. He made $30 million. He's almost giddy with the amount of money he made. They're trying to sell lettuce Mueller left on his plate on eBay for $25,000. So they followed him into a restaurant. They grabbed his lettuce that he didn't eat because he probably doesn't eat rabbit food. He looks like a guy who's suffering from severe diverticulitis. But I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. Yeah, all I can tell you is I don't really believe that Mueller is doing anything of any value. I think he's a shill for the Zionist nation that we're living in right now. And the more we have the Zionists controlling the Democratic Republican Party, the more we're going to have no real leadership in this country and no way of getting out of this hellhole of economic turmoil many of us are in. I know some people are suffering from an excessive need to be free. That's why I'm spraying my face here to bring some freedom to my mentality here. There we go. The economy is not on fire. 72 box stores are closing this year. It's unbelievable. There's been an exodus of retail like no other. Where you say the economy is booming, you mean the fake stock market is doing very well? Is that what you're saying? Hi, Sarah.
Hello, David. I just started cooking some hot cocoa in the microwave, but
Some stuff.
I just want cocoa.
Oh, yeah, I'll bring it in.
Might still need to add a spoon of cocoa and bring it in.
Wow. We have evidence that the Pope may have dropped his ring.
What the heck?
He is he apparently he was handing he had dropped his ring and he got down, he's looking for his ring, but it was on his hand. We don't know what's going on with the Pope. And we're not sure if Pope Benedict has been, trying to move in on Pope Francis's activity. Pope Benedict still wants to be Pope. It's pretty obvious.
I tried to tell him that psycho behavior, but
Yes, there are over 50 major companies now that don't pay taxes. Jeff Bezos, Amazon is one of them. Donald Trump's tax breaks for the rich have been so extensive that so many people are not paying taxes anymore that need to. Big companies that should be paying something aren't paying nothing. They're paying absolutely nothing. We'll talk about that a little bit later. No, that person is a complete fraud, and he's committing what is it called an imposter. He's also defrauding and doing a thing called doxing, and that person is going to be charged with the crime eventually. More than 3,800 stores closed in 2018, and you're telling me the economy is doing great? See, the Republicans
Well,
are.
as behavior says, it's just a natural transition from brick and mortar to e-tail rather than retail.
Well, I'd love to be able to agree with you, but unfortunately, the e-tail is going to be mostly Amazon and eBay. You know,
Probably.
is this America, and the retail economy will eventually turn into Amazon and eBay. There won't be any other stores left. Everything must go. 3,800 stores closed in 2018. That was last year. So yeah, big list, lots of closures, lots of problems with the country's economy. So don't think for a second that the economy's booming. Let me just touch down on the Dow Jones and I'm out of here. Down 48 points. Not exactly a robust economy. You know what? I mentioned this last week too, that shockingly, we've had the longest bullish market, the stock market ever. And there have been a lot of people making money. The pension funds at every state level are still 34% in arrears because they've had a growth of 30% profit, but there's 64% being pulled on by people retiring early and collecting their pensions. And states are bankrupt even though we're having a banner year in pension income. 34%, we're missing 34% of the money we need to pay the pensions out. So we need some major adjustments in this economy.
I love the water. What's my favorite thing about Earth? It is Earth Day. And my favorite, I love my worms.
Your worm bins?
I love
yeah.
that worms can take food and break it down into soil. That is like so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, worms can change the world, especially red regular worms. They're just so cool. I do love my worms.
And those worms really work in compost bins. They're amazing. They're constantly busy day and night.
They can eat their body weight in one day. Can you eat your body weight? I can't eat my body weight.
I'm going to replace myself with worms here for a second, and I'll let Sarah talk more about worms.
Yeah, because I do love worms. It's true. That's probably one thing I really enjoy about the Earth.
Yeah, the Earth has a way of healing, and worms are part of that.
Like red wriggler worms. Those are my favorite. Or Essenia foetida. Yeah, I like water, soil. I love trees too. I mean, trees are pretty cool. It's like so cool how trees can keep track of each year. You can see a tree ring. I think every person that has a child should plant a tree on their birthday, and then like later the child can core it and see like how it's like, that's so cool. Yeah. You love herons flying by your window in the morning and evening. Nice. Do you call it when worms take over the world? Global worming. Yeah, I mean, if we had global warming, then we wouldn't need, we would probably combat global warming with global warming, because all of the things that would grow from the vermicompost. My Sunday was really nice. I didn't realize how many, like, it was funny though. So yesterday we decided to go shopping, and we didn't realize like everywhere would be closed. And then we were like, well, maybe we should go out to eat. And then everywhere like charges so much more on Easter. Oh, okay. Plastic straws only on request became law on Earth Day in Los Angeles. Nice. And I'm not convinced with those things they call biodegradable straws that actually feel like plastic. If they're made out of paper, that's fine. But the other day, somebody asked, would you like a straw or something? And I said, instead of giving, at least it's a step in the right direction, because instead of giving a straw, they're required to ask. And I was like, no, at first. And then she's like, well, they're biodegradable. And then I was like, sure. Okay, well, in that case, yeah, I'll try it. And they weren't. I mean, maybe it was, but it was actually like felt like plastic. It probably was one of those compostable things that feel like plastic that actually you need to like burn it basically in order for it to compost. Anyway. I don't mind drinking milkshakes like that with milkshake all over my face, but that's how I do my hot cocoa, so. Or you know how to, the best way to eat a milkshake is with fries. I love to dip my fries into milkshakes. I've had the paper straws too, and those are pretty good because they're actually, no, I'm not aware of that, and I don't want to be, I don't know what that is. I know. Biodegradable straws are also known as PLA, polylactic acid. The straws are made from plant starches and oil, typically corn. Since they're made from plants, most of them decompose naturally in a commercial compost facility. A commercial compost facility actually like heats up. You are basically burning the plastic-ish corn stuff. It's just nah. Metal straws are the best. The only thing I wonder about straws is like metal straws. How do you clean it out? I mean, you'd have to get a pipe cleaner or something. What happens to worms who dig too much? They get indigestion. That's cute. I like that. I mean, you're going to have to give me all those awesome worm jokes. I like those. California wants you to think straws are the problem. What a joke, you say. It's like, look at me. I don't use straws. I'm doing my part to make the world a better place. Well, I have to say, straws are a start. But one of the things, yeah, I would love worm humor. But the things it's like plastic bags and like, oh, please, manufacturers. And I tell my students, when you buy things, that's when you can think of it. But even I, who I am an environmentalist, I've got issues where like 3 things today. I had this clamshell of tomatoes, you know, those plastic clamshells. Oh, I still buy them. Why do I do that? And then there's the clamshell. Oh, there was this thing of ravioli that also had like a clear plastic container and a plastic wrapper. And it was organic ravioli, but seriously, it's like packaged in plastic. And then I had this bottle of pesto, and that was also plastic. I just feel like... and then the yogurt containers aren't even recyclable anymore because they used to be recycled by China. Everything that's packaged, it becomes trash. We've really got to rethink our packaging, people. 91% isn't recycled. A grocery store is not allowed to give you a plastic bag, but you go out to eat and they can give you a plastic bag? That's a good question. You should turn them into the plastic bag police, all those restaurants. Kroger, Albertsons agreed to stop using plastic bags by 2025. What are they going to put your food in? 1, you could reuse your bags. Like I have one of those cloth reusable bags. 2, go back to paper. It biodegrades. It's pretty awesome. And you can make awesome crafts with it. Oh, major ice cream makers are now going back to metal Milkman containers. Yes! I love it. Maxed out credit. Plastic produced recycling waste ocean trash environment. National Geographic, thank you. Well, That is actually biodegradable if you didn't put it in the plastic bag, Meatball Master Meatball 3. You could put it in a worm bin. What does a worm do in a cornfield? Worm, corn, cornworm, cornworm, corn. Never mind. You know for sure that all your plastic waste goes into a landfill, has never made it to the Pacific garbage patch. When they're driving down the street, if they're open at all, they could fly out. It goes in one ear, corn ear, and out the other. Cute. I like all those worm jokes. Zero. I've had dinner at Denny's one time. I never stayed the whole night. When it rains, paper bags are useless. Then you should get those cloth bags, and they should give you a discount every time you use one. Denny's, it's okay. Actually, it's not that great around here. Sometimes. In Canada, they brought in thicker plastic bags so that there's more plastic waste. Well, sometimes the thinner ones are a problem because then they break, and then anyway. Yeah, a little discount if you don't have any bag at all. Instead, now they're doing this. We're gonna charge you if you want a bag. Like up in Bellingham, Washington, we go and go shopping up there sometimes. And if you want a paper bag, even a paper bag, they charge you 15 cents a bag. But you know, you can bring your own bags in. How will they monitor bags in self-checkout? They just won't offer them in self-checkout. What do worms use to leave messages? Castings. Thank you. That was smart to have your insurance company call to set up your appointment. Very good. They charge a recycling fee of 5 cents per bag, but the money never went to any recycling. Oh, worms use compost it notes. Ah, I love that. I love all these jokes. They're so cute. I've got to write it down, or you've got to give me a link to where you're getting them. They're so cute. Obviously, I do like worms. All right, Drag King, you really want me to watch Awesome Carl? Oh, it's Happy Easter from Carl. You had to pay 10 cents for a Carl's Jr. takeout bag in San Francisco. I eat carbs. I don't necessarily think they're good for me, but I do eat carbohydrates. Do I like them? Sometimes. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. What carbohydrates do I like? I like sweet potatoes. Is that a carbohydrate? Yes, I think so. But it's not related. It's not in the same family as potatoes. I know. Potatoes are nightshades and sweet potatoes aren't. But I think they still consider them a carbohydrate. So, yes, I like sweet potatoes. Other carbohydrates I like. Hi, another brother. Nice to see you. I do not drink beer, so I don't like carbohydrates in that sense. Oh, I like pretzels and crackers. Any of those I do like. I don't always like bread. Like a lot recently. I do sometimes do toast. We got to fill up that water filter. Got to get more water in there, Max. I do sometimes do toast. I don't really like pasta, but David does a lot of pasta. I like brown rice. White rice is okay. Okay, anyway, moving on. You hate when you go to an electronics store to buy something like a laptop and they charge you a fee for the box? For the box it came in? What? Yeah. So since they charge you a fee, you keep your boxes for when you move. It isn't going in the trash. Are you really going to move? Seriously? Like David has done that, but it's like, seriously, if you're going to move, $5 to $20 for a cardboard box? Oh my goodness. Maybe you should start selling your boxes instead. What are these electronic stores you frequent anyway? Is it like a... I don't know. It's not... Is it Best Buy charges that? Wow. That must be like... I don't know. I don't think they do that everywhere. You must live in a very liberal area. I don't know. Every day is awesome because I get to teach. So I don't have bad experiences. We should all talk about our best experiences so that we get into a mindset of looking at the positive. Yeah, exactly. One of the things I just watched a TED Talk over the weekend about that, about positivity and how you can change your brain. It was about happiness. Anyway, you can change your brain by writing down every day, write down 3 new things that you're happy about. And the thing about like awards and different things is then there's always like, oh, I'm going to be happy when I get 80%. Oh, great. Now I have to get 90% to be happy. Oh, great. Now I have to get 100% to be happy. Oh, I have to do a new project to be happy. So instead of like trying for this ever moving target in the sky, instead if you actually are happy now and focus on things that already make you happy. And they say if you change your brain and write down 3 things that you're happy about or appreciate or thankful for every day for 21 days, then it changes your mindset and you actually start looking for the good things in the world. Your good experience in the past 24 hours. You went back to the restaurant, you bought your dinner, and the lady was helpful. Well, it's been cold lately, so increasing the temperature might be a good thing. Misanthropy. Well, maybe not. Oh, I don't appreciate you calling me names, Kenny. But my life is going so great that I will overlook you calling me names. You're happy when you see the ceiling in the morning. That's nice. You do a ritual of gratitude every day. And David and I are part of it. That's so... Oh, thank you so much, Maxed Out Credit. I like that too. I love my ceiling, by the way. I do love you, ceiling. Thank you so much for keeping me warm and dry. Oh, that's such a good idea. I really do love my ceiling. I remember when I first moved in here and I was like, what a cool ceiling. It has these like, they look like starfish on the ceiling. What? Come on. You know what? Another thing, you recite people that you're grateful for. That's very cool. I know, it's awesome. It's kind of like stucco, but it's not like, the stucco is like normally like just the splatter. This is like crisscross, and I should show you my ceiling. You want to see my ceiling? It's very cool. I like it. I'm gonna do it. Let me see, I just have to release this. I think I just made that tighter. See, isn't that a cool ceiling? That pattern? I know, it looks like starfish, like I said. It is pretty nice. You're confused by it? You've never seen anything like that? Yeah, that's my ceiling. That's it. I know! Like, you guys all thought I was weird that I liked my ceiling, and I'm like, I actually do. It's so me! Yeah, it is me. That's one of the reasons I'll, like, never move. I don't ever want to move. Unless they replace my ceiling, then I might want to move, but I don't. I've never danced on the ceiling. I'm not able to do that. Wow, you have a massive cat, Mayor Knight. Is your hand okay? Did you have, like, carpal tunnel surgery? Is that a cat? That is a cat. My goodness, your cat is big enough to be like a small dog. Holy moly. What if they're real starfish in a different dimension? Oh, that's a lot of starfish. Have you ever heard of the starfish story? Oh, you feed her canned food every day? Maybe. Like big enough to be a pillow and she's sitting on there. The starfish story is like these people, two starfish stories. One, if you cut a starfish at a certain point, and they thought they were destroying the starfish because they would cut them, and then they'd throw them back in the water, and they would actually regenerate. So you can actually make two starfish out of one. I don't think that's always true, but they do regrow if you try to cut part of them. Two, this lady was walking along the beach and all these starfish had washed up on the shores, like, all the things that Drag King always sends us pictures of all these animals that have washed up on the beach and are dying. Anyway, this lady was walking out on the beach and she was picking up the starfish, and there's like hundreds of them washed up on the shore, and she picked them up and threw them back in the ocean. And this person came up to her and is like, it's useless, it's pointless, why are you even trying to put the starfish in the ocean? And he's like, you can't save all these starfish. And then she said, well, I can save this one. And she threw another starfish. And I love that story because that's how I feel about teaching. Sometimes people feel like the education system's broken, or like, how can you help all these kids? And, I can really help. I can do my part each day to help students, and I can do my part each day to be a positive influence in the public school system. Oh, that's never going to happen, Kenny. Well, and you know what, though, Dark Engine? I hate focusing on things that are broken. Instead, I want to offer solutions. And Howie, I am so it breaks my heart that you hated school so much and people were not nice, and I want to do my part to be nice and help people. I want kids that I encounter to say, you know what? There was at least that one teacher. So it wasn't all good, all bad, or anyway, it wasn't all good. It wasn't all bad. Yeah, don't focus. I hate focusing on the problem. That is one of the reasons that I am not a conspiracy theorist at all. And I can't even, and that's one of the reasons that I don't even like talking about conspiracy theories, because it's like, ooh, these people did that, or this isn't right, and I'm just like, well, it's kind of like don't cry over spilled milk. Once the milk spills, okay, I'm sorry the milk spilled, but what can we do to make it better now? Let's get a rag and clean it up. Sarah's like, David's Mary Poppins, but I can't cook. Did Mary Poppins even cook? I don't think Mary Poppins did cook. I mean, she went on fantasy adventures, but I don't think she cooked cooked anything, no. The system is broken. I want to fix it instead of replace it. Or replace it. Maybe both. Dark Engine, I know. Some people think if they focus on the problem, then they will be able to fix it. But there's a fine line between focusing on the problem and being able to, and then actually working toward fixing it. All right. Oh, yes. You wish you had a different idea about education, but the schools you were subjected to was full of narrow-minded people who tried to force you to conform. I'm sorry. And sometimes I am like that. Sometimes I'm like, please just stop that activity sometimes. Just like stop laughing or stop. But most of the time I actually say, okay, what's the problem? And I have this real big, strong feeling that I focus on social emotional learning just as much as academics, and helping students be able to verbalize their problem and those kinds of things. I am empathetic. Wait. One time, yeah, I did. I was kind of upset because, well, it wasn't a fight, but if I hadn't stepped in, it was very close to becoming a fight. Very, very close. It was just like 1 second away from becoming a fight. No, Drag King, I've never done that. No, Kenny, I've never done that. Dark Engine says, magnets can either attract or repel each other. A permanent magnet is an object that produces a magnetic field around itself. It's this field that enables them to stick to each other into some types of metal. The metal has to have iron. Specifically, they stick to ferromagnetic materials like iron and things that contain iron, such as steel. Oh, Howie, I see what you did there. That was pretty funny, Batman. I like wordplay. You would never have the chance, Kenny. Can I give you the severe behavior cert? What should you be doing? No. This is what you should be doing. Now do it. Oh, sorry. Somebody asked me to give them their, give them my, severe behavior stare. Drag King, I'm going to have to purge what you said. That was not very respectful. Make smart choices. What is life for a woodworm? Boring. That's pretty funny. Well, I enjoy being here with you, 450. To be honest, that's why I'm here. For you. Well, for you too. But, yeah. Drag King, can you clean up your language? That's a polite reminder. Clean up your language. Dark Engine says, woodworm is a wood-eating larva of many species of beetle. It is also a generic description given to the infestation of a wooden item, normally part of a dwelling or the furniture in it, by the larva. What do you get if you cross a worm and an elephant? Very big holes in your peanut garden. Every day. Well, not on Sunday, 450. David and I went shopping yesterday, or tried to go shopping yesterday. What did we get? Nothing. And then we were really happy that we didn't buy anything. I actually love those days. Hello. Greetings. Oh, I did hear that in the Philippines or something, Drag King? Or is this after that one? What is worse than finding a worm when you bite into an apple? Yeah, finding half a worm. You are going to... He never was and never will be. I wish some people would be happier, but, you know. The best I can do is just focus on what makes me happy myself. I love that beam me up Scotty thing. That's cool. The Beet Farmers. Tales of the New West. I think I have it muted. And now I have it paused. People get angry at you for being happy? Really? Oh, don't listen to those naysayers. I'm sorry that happens. Worm the bench. Cute. Sarah, if I was not happy, I would not share my misery with others. Hope that made sense. Yeah. If the least you can do if you're not happy is just keep your misery to yourself, but you know what they say about misery. Misery enjoys company. How so, Misanthropy? I'm more like... Well, I'm no longer Republican. I did one stint as a Republican and I couldn't do that. I worked one time on a Republicans campaign. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I am a little bit. Is that a bad thing? But there's certain things I would never... I don't like the Democrats, that's for sure. They're a little bit too left. Maybe they are. I mean, it's probably part of it is my profession. Maybe it's also the fact that I'm trying not to listen to the news anymore. You're playing you do look like a wise man, maxed out. Don't worry, be happy. La da 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 da. Don't worry. Da 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 da. Be happy. This is my advice. Da 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 da. Wow. Oh, is that like inhalers? Are administered through insufflation? I guess they also do insufflation before they do insufflation. Well, before they do a colonoscopy. Yes, maxed out credit. One thing you tell yourself every day: there are people worse off than me. I always think of Mabel Babes. She was a person that used to come to our show, and she could not get out of bed. But her cat would come up to her and lay on her, and she'd feed her cat little treats. Thanks, another brother. Yay, I'm glad you're finished with your colonoscopy. Do you have to have another one in like 6 months or 8 or a year? Maxed out credit. I'm just glad it's over for now. Well, yeah, she didn't want to stay in bed all day, Matt Howie. She had to medically. She literally could not get out of bed. And so one thing I'm grateful every day is that I can get out of bed to go use the restroom. Wow. You had your stroke and you were like that. Wow. I'm glad that you do not have a colonoscopy for 18 months. Maxed out. There's a book I should recommend to you. Oh. Seriously, do we have to talk about that? David is amazing. And in that department, yes. Hello. It's very important. As far as clothing, well, I want a good fit. And as far as my car, I have a small car. And as far as all the stuff I own, I'd rather have less stuff. Donkey Kong. Enjoy your life now. Live every day like it was your last. I do have a sixth sense for leather pants. I'm wearing my leather pants now. And my leather jacket. I love this leather jacket. This leather jacket didn't cost me anything. And my leather pants, they were like $7 with tax. I know you can hear me squeaking in my jacket. I'm not going to show my brooch. It's too personal. But I do love it too. It could very well be misanthropy. I am 41, but I don't think I'm going through a midlife crisis because that place that I went to, that age calculator that somebody sent me to, said I was going to live to 97. Yes, I am 5'11". Thanks for asking. Oh, these leather pants are remarkable. Well, they do have a lining, so maybe that's it.
Right.
You and David don't age. What's with that? What is with that? It doesn't have to happen in the exact middle or around that age.
Britney Spears is out of rehab, and she's
Oh,
really.
did you send her that note?
I don't have a note. No.
You know, you always say when she goes into rehab that I should offer her. No,
No,
I'm
I'm
just
not.
kidding.
I'm not doing anything for Britney Spears, but
I know I get him all. I get David all to myself. Sorry, Brittany, back off.
yeah, back off, Britney. But she didn't look too good. She had.
Just kidding.
She had a kind of a. Yeah, take a look at her most recent picture. This is out of rehab. Take a look.
Please stop doing drugs, Brittany.
Yeah, just stay. I don't know where she's going with her career, but she does look a little distraught, I must say. All right, thank you, Sarah, for coming in. I made a nice dinner for you. Enjoy.
Thank you, David, for making a nice dinner for me.
Yeah.
I will enjoy.
Yep, go for it. Yeah.
Good night, everybody. Well, I'll be back.
Oh, for a little bit. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, you sounded so lively in here. I almost feel like I have to step it up a little bit. You know, she came in with a kind of an energy.
Well, I was just thinking of, I do have energy
Oh,
today.
I know, it's great.
But think of 3 positive things, 3 things you're grateful for.
I am thinking of 3 things I'm grateful for. And the subliminal messaging has been sinking in constantly, and it helps. You could have a serious migraine and feel like crap, and think of 3 positive things that you're grateful for, and it kind of makes you feel better. It's true. I'm grateful for this cup of organic coffee I have here. Yeah, I should ban that person. Yeah, thank you. It's very disrespectful. All right, we'll go ahead and ban him. Thank you. Dave, please play this song. Yes. I've had serious migraines. Yeah, I have. When I was a kid, I suffered from a tremendous amount of a reaction, really, to the public school system. I had migraines almost continuously for a 6 or 7 months. It's horrible. I used to have projectile vomiting outside the classroom. Yeah. I'm sure people smelled the vomit, when they walked out. At least I didn't vomit in the classroom. Oh, it's horrible. They are horrendous. I haven't had migraines since I left the education system. I had a terrible migraine the day I took the SATs. It affected my score, too. It was just blazing. My head was blazing. I probably should have taken it over again, but it didn't matter. Roy Clark, what's going on with him? Page not found. Sorry. Tesla car blows up in flames. That's happened before. I mean, it makes me wonder why people are even getting electric cars. And we just found out earlier that electric cars are produce more diesel fume or more greenhouse gas CO2 than diesels. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. The production of batteries creates more CO2 than diesel pollution. It's like, wow. Okay. Steaming blows. Whoa. This is in China. It blew up in flames. Wow. Ba-ba-ba-boom. Balloon. Yeah, that's I just don't trust Teslas. I saw a few driving around on my Sunday drive, and, I just don't trust them. And I would think people would get range anxiety, even though they've only got 100 miles to go. I don't want to get to my destination and have to say to my friend, hey, could you let me plug in while I'm here? Could I plug my extension cord in your house, please? Because I don't know if I'll make it home in my Tesla. How embarrassing. You should be bringing a bottle of wine over and saying, hello, I'm here. Not, can I plug in my extension cord, please? Ooh, in my $100,000 car. Ooh. Okay. I like the idea of electric, believe me. I just want to make sure that the batteries are produced ethically, environmentally safely. Lithium ion have proven to be very inconsistent, and why they scrapped the nickel metal hydrides, I don't know. They were too heavy? I mean, that's ridiculous. Roy Clark, 12th Street Rag? Okay.
Fingers of Roy Clark to work.
He could really play, man. I'm not allowed to play any music. Yeah, sorry, DeTilora. Yeah. David, will you recognize Taiwan as real China? I'll recognize Taiwan as Taiwan, if that's okay with you. Well, that's what a lot of them are getting, electric car charges for wealthy people who happen to be parking their Teslas at their house for the the day that they're visiting. But I didn't really plan on having anyone charge the car. Rooftop swimming pool emptying during quake in Manila. Wow, this is pretty auspicious. Let's watch a quake and watch the rooftop swimming pool start to bellow. I mean, why even build buildings with you when you have quakes like this? That's pretty scary, to see an earthquake and a building toppling, water splashing and stabbing. Well, anybody sending IMs is doxing us and all of our supporters and a lot of the people who just happen to get in here. Ignore those IMs. They're just ridiculous. They're coming from a guy named Super Saver, I believe. And Super Saver claimed he got $4 million from Mark to threaten me. That's what he said. I mean, that's what he told me. I can't verify it. You'd never sent that PM? Well, could you copy the PM and send it to me in an image form? That'd be better. You just got here, you're Super Saver? Okay, so you're not Super Saver over there. Apparently Super Saver's here. He's trying to make amends for having earned $4 million while threatening my life 25 times. I rounded it to 25, even though it was 26. Anyway, he's over here right now at iBlog, he claims, if I could believe them. Yeah, you're working on dealing with the demons now. You claim you're sorry, but $4 million for threatening a guy's life, that's illegal, man. I'm just telling him. Well, that's the problem. A lot of people have made a lot of money trying to attack me, and I've made nothing, not a penny. And that is an overload on the yin-yang mechanism. Yeah, the yin-yang is toppling over. I'm exceeding the yin-yang ratio. I have entered into what is called the extreme yin-yang Zen experience, where the yin is starting to, the yang is pulling the yin, you see, but the yin will eventually go right through and blow a hole through the yang. That's the imagery I'm using, and Eastern religion and philosophy. So you can't just do that to somebody and not expect a huge backlash. It'll come. I don't even know when it'll come, because I don't even control karmic retribution. Karmic retribution. Please play a song, Mad Dog. This is too hee-haw for me, Betty. I mean, I had an offer to join hee-haw at one time in my life, and I just never did. So I'm going to go no on the hee-haw. Thanks. Hee-haw! It's just too much for me. I'm overloaded. A lot of you people are just so happy that Trump is evading impeachment. Well, is he? Because Trump is going to be facing some impeachment problems. Apparently, Warren is moving forward, and she's making ground against some of the other Democrats. Yippee-yi-ho. Yeah, and I believe I believe that guy you just sent me was a guest star on Hee Haw, actually. Roy Clark. He was amazing. What a character. Okay, moving on out of the Hee Haw mode, trying to extract myself from the morass of that dark period in our history. What if those Easter worshippers were Hindu worshipping on Easter? Well, the fact was they were Christian, and people like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama didn't want to make a big deal about it. So, very suspicious. Okay, there was an ambush kind of for Robert Mueller. He was on an Easter vacation and went to a restaurant, and apparently he got approached by a reporter and was actually asked a question. Wow. He came out of hiding, kind of like Herman Munster for a day out.
Sir, could I ask you a couple of questions? Will you testify before Congress, sir?
No comment.
Are you sure about that, sir? If he were anybody but the president, would Mr. Trump be indicted, sir?
Now that you finished the,
Sir, why didn't you make a recommendation to Congress one way or the other, sir?
are you going on vacation at least somewhere?
Did the Attorney General accurately characterize your positions on conspiracy and obstruction, sir? I think it's accurate to characterize Director Mueller today as being tight-lipped in response to my questions.
I think so too. I agree. Oh, we have a blue screen in the background. Let's see what we got here. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Yeah, so much for Robert Mueller. David, what? Misanthropy. Okay, this is how effed up is this? We just got a link from Misanthropy. He's tracking somebody's posts, and let's read it. It says, I just boarded an international JetBlue flight. Instead of scanning my boarding pass or handing over my passport, I looked into a camera before being allowed down the jet bridge. Did facial recognition replace boarding passes? Unbeknownst to me, did I consent to this? JetBlue Airways. You're able to opt out of this procedure, Mackenzie. Sorry if this made you feel uncomfortable. So apparently they are using facial recognition. Follow-up question. Presumably, these facial recognition scanners are matching my image to something in order to verify my identity. How does @JetBlue know what I look like? JetBlue. The information is provided by the United States Department of Homeland Security from existing holdings. So to be clear, the government provided my biometric data to a privately held company. Did I consent to this? And how long is my data held by @JetBlue? And even if I opt out at the scanners, you already have my information, correct? JetBlue. We should clarify, these photos aren't provided to us. They are securely transmitted to the Customs and Border Protection database. JetBlue does not have direct access to the photos and does not store them. So they're doing a Department of Homeland Security check whenever you go into any airport. Okay, well, I guess we didn't authorize this. It's true. But I guess companies who have you go on their airline can authorize it in the small print of just signing or paying for your bill. See, we're just down the slippery slope of allowing all our rights to be taken away. It's almost like we're in a fugue state and we're waiting to be anesthetized some more before they slip the RFID chips in our body and then cart us away to the FEMA camps. It's like the whole world is asleep because we're bombarded with information. It's like we're overwhelmed. We're in a state of artificial suspension. Our brains are being hijacked. Okay, we got a couple people in our room. My beautiful cat, Fluffy, in the ProCam department. Thank you. And we got somebody over here. Let's see. Don't really know who this person is. Oh, another brother. Cool. And he's from his high-tech luxury apartment in Asia. All right, another brother. Yeah, I see that. Over there, another brother, and then maxed out. I wish I could move these around. They just take up the whole bottom of the screen. Cool. I'm glad you're taking advantage of those features. I wish I could resolve all the world's problems by telling you what's really wrong with it. Well, I found this meme, or rather, Maxed Out Credit created this meme from something one of our visitors at iVlog sent us. And if you want to keep a copy of it, go right ahead. It typifies what's happening with Trump. Even the people that voted for him are wondering, well, as of today, no wall has been built, no new immigration laws, no revised immigration laws, no H-1B visas have been canceled, no DACA has been repealed, no birthright anchor baby repeal, no Sanctuary City lawsuits, no E-Verify requirement, and no border closure, no cancellation of the visa lottery, no arrests of any swamp creatures or elite pedos, no stop to chemtrails or human trafficking or CIA drug running, no stop of the 5G, GMO foods, vaccines, fluoride, chemtrails, nothing. No support for Assange or WikiLeaks, which helped him win. And no Clinton prosecution. I added this one myself. Yeah. Are you voted for, and you voted for Trump and got nothing? Are you happy? Yeah. So a lot of people are still very unhappy with the fact that he hasn't prosecuted Clinton. They're all part of the same deal. I'm telling you, they're controlled by the moneyed elitists who are Zionists. They're looking to take dominance over the world, and they're creating this thing called the New World Order. Well, I'm saying Happy Earth Day, but I'm really saying Holy Crap Day. Really. It's really more like, yeah, there's total collusion going on, and yeah, we need to stop the New World Order. That's the kind of day I really want to celebrate. And as far as Earth Day is concerned, we're being desecrated with chemtrails and God knows what toxins they're dumping in the atmosphere. Your pain threshold is so high with age, you didn't know you had an ear infection until your scab started showing on your Q-tips. Are you serious? And now you're in constant pain? Wow. That's amazing. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think what's going on is, yeah, you need to get some antibiotic ointment in there. Maybe some Neosporin might help. Who knows? I mean, as long as you're not going into the canal of your ear, I mean, on the exterior. I'm not a dependent, no. No. I own my own house. If Sarah owned the house and I was living with her, and she was helping me, you know, I would be different. But I'm pretty much, you know, a landed gentry. Churches have become the #1 target for hate attacks, an average of 105 every single month. Okay, and how many of these have been real? You know, NPR radio did a study of all the shootings, the school shootings that have happened over the past few years. Actually, they studied 2015 to 2016. And they found out that out of 240 shootings, only 11 could be verified. Is this what's going on with the church shootings? I mean, remember the church shooting, the Charleston church shooting? I mean, was that real? Remember the synagogue, the Tree of Life synagogue, where Rabbi Mordecai Rosenberg had chopped a boy's penis off prior, and they had a big lawsuit? And then all of a sudden, the Tree of Life had an endowment of huge amounts of GoFundMe money? Well, when you own your own home and it's paid for, you have to cover property taxes. So that's what I'm referring to. No, I don't believe that land ownership should be owned. No, in fact, I want to get more bag people to be able to vote. Yes, Mordecai Rosenberg, I don't know if he's still working for the Tree of Life, but they faced a big lawsuit from the family that the son's penis was cut off, but they managed to piece it together, but I'm sure he'll never have, you know, any pleasure in his life. So really, how many of these churches are really hate crimes, and how much is Zero Hedge working for Steve Bannon and working for the CIA to foment more fear and terror? I mean, you got to wonder how much of this is true. 105 every single month? I mean, seriously, I just see this as a CIA cover. Zero Hedge and Steve Bannon are working together to cover up. This is part of their illusion of all this fear that they're pitching. They're pitching it constantly to justify military buildup and a denial of our rights. From their perspective, the Zionists, it's a win-win. They get to disarm the population, continue our level of fear, and then build up military capabilities to stop us. And people like Eric Prince, the younger brother of Betsy DeVos, our current Secretary of Education. He makes a lot of money. He's the Blackwater guy. He's now he changed his name 3 or 4 times, but he's Academy, I think it is now. He makes money building up mercenaries and forces, and this fear is a huge money-making opportunity for the military-industrial complex. They sell fear. They offer fear crisis units that you can actually get money and go out and become a crisis actor to create more fear. Yes, the name Mordecai was the name of those entrusted to be King David's bodyguards. Thanks for sharing. I'm sure he knows that. Oh, we're looking at a down market in Hong Kong right now, minus 33 points. Thanks, Ghost of Shannon. Hey, this is a big plus for the Me Too group. Yeah, a judge has authorized a sex trafficking claim against Harvey Weinstein. Wow, this, usually Harvey Weinstein's things get thrown out of court because he's got all kinds of people in Black Cube working for him through Mossad that create lots of dirt on all the women that have claimed to have been raped by him. He has a group. He hired a security firm to just get every bit of dirt on every woman he's ever had sex with. And it's through the power of Black Cube that he's been able to keep these crimes to a minimum. He's really up against 2 charges. That's about it, after 50 women claimed they were raped by him in cases pending 7-8 years ago. Yeah, so this is a big plus. A lawsuit seeking to represent any woman with a claim against Harvey Weinstein can proceed on sex trafficking grounds. A judge ruled Thursday as he dramatically shrank the scope of an action trying to create the disgraced movie producer and various companies like a mob organization. Okay. But it can proceed. Even though he's not going to see it as a major mob activity, it's just going to be proceeding as a sex trafficking claim. Well, something is better than nothing in this department. I mean, I support the Me Too generation of women and men trying to get accountability from these corrupt scumbag producers that force them to, get on their knees and perform oral sex on them or whatever. Yeah. They say Richard Pryor was a fluff boy. That's what the word is in the street, that Richard Pryor performed oral sex on a lot of homosexual Jewish men, Zionists that control the entertainment industry. I never thought that about Richard Pryor until he wrote his own book where he talked about living with a transgender woman, for 6 weeks. Then I realized the guy was gay, Your corpse is getting new options in Washington State. Yeah, apparently they're going to authorize compostable corpses. Wow. What's the world? The Democrats are pushing all over the place out here. It's Bernie land wherever I go out here. They're just so, Bernie can do no wrong. Oh, Bernie's so wonderful. Oh, we should compost our bodies. Oh. Washington State may soon become the first in the country to allow citizens to legally turn their bodies into compost after they die. State lawmakers passed a bill on Friday titled Concerning Human Remains. Now, don't tell Sarah about this, because this could actually, she may fuse her idea together. She already told me she wants to be in a wooden cedar coffin, she said, if something were to happen. And I just shudder to think about that thought. But she's chosen that, and I will certainly honor that. But to want your body to be composted right away, that's a little weird in my opinion. I'm against cremation. I support, the full burial process, but I'm even willing to consider not having my body embalmed. Yeah, I would go against embalming, especially after what they did to Justice Scalia, where within 1 hour of his body declared dead, they rushed him with 15 squad cars to a local mortuary where they embalmed him. And then 7 hours later, they cremated him after they embalmed him. They didn't want any evidence of foul play in the Justice Scalia conspiracy. Let's take a look at this. Okay, the accounts of more than a dozen women appeared in stories of the New York Times, New Yorker. New Yorker story included allegations of rape from 3 women, which Weinstein representatives deny. It's getting worse, admits groping a model. The allegations are getting worse. He did admit groping a model. Ambra Battaglia. Allegations against him are getting worse. New York Assistant District Attorney called the recording horrified but insufficient to prove a crime. Gwyneth Paltrow, Rosanna Arquette, Miranda Servina, and Angelina. He was fired by the company, right, that he co-founded. Our report claims 16 former current employees have either witnessed or knew of Weinstein's behavior. Okay, thanks, Bloomberg. Yeah, always appreciate a good story. That was good. Looked like a bigger version of Bernie Madoff with UCash. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you know, maxed out kind of looks like Bernie Madoff, I think. You know, when you look at maxed out, he kind of has that Bernie Madoff look in his face, but he's not Bernie Madoff. You know, that would be kind of tragic if he was. Secretly, Bernie Madoff hiding behind the scenes. No, Bernie Madoff's completely different. Yeah. He doesn't look a bit like him. You can see yeah, so you'd be in a jail cell right now live streaming. Can you imagine them looking alike? Yeah, I definitely see a resemblance, though, beyond belief, actually. Bernie, is that you? Oh my gosh. Well, at least he's got a chance to do a show, you know. Come in and hang out. It's not so bad in the jail cell. I'm just kidding, Max. CBS News. Jeffrey Epstein case moves forward. Another progress.
Joining me now is Miami Herald senior investigative reporter Julie Brown. Her 5-part story, Perversion of Justice, dug deep into how Jeffrey Epstein got the deal of a lifetime. Hi, Julie. So great to have you with us. Julie, what was the reaction from the victims you spoke to about this settlement?
I think a lot of the victims felt that they felt relieved that this part was over, but they still do have another civil case in front of them that they have to testify for. So at least this is like one step in the right direction for them.
So, as you said, the opportunity to testify could come in a separate civil case in federal court. Now, if that opportunity comes, what new information will you be looking for to potentially come out of the testimony there?
I think it's just going to be powerful to have all these women in one room. I don't know how many will actually show up, but it would probably be similar to the Larry Nassar case, where you have a number of women that are really telling their stories, and not only the stories about what happened with Epstein, but the stories about how they felt betrayed by the criminal justice system, and how they felt that Epstein had further traumatized them by intimidating them not to go forward with some of these cases.
And Julie, as a result of your reporting, congressional Democrats are now calling for an investigation into Labor Secretary Alex Acosta's role in all of this. Epstein could have faced life in prison, but only ended up with 13 months behind bars.
You know, and I would have expected Alex Acosta to have made a statement by now, but he hasn't. This is like we're moving in sludge. We're slowly waiting for something to happen, and we got 6 more minutes of this video I'm not going to go to right now, but yeah, slowly making it just slowly metastasizes, but where is it really going to be excised like a tumor? Bill Gates on the dance floor with hot chicks at a famous Miami club. Let's take a look. Bingo! It's Billy Boy! Well, at least he likes women, you know, that's kind of nice. Bill Gates doing the moves in a club, you know. Some people thought he was gay, but, you know, being married apparently doesn't, you know, make people think he wasn't gay. Democratic leaders reject. Oh, is his wife there? I'm sorry, is Melinda even aware? Oh my gosh, Melinda. TMZ as a close-up. We don't have to go back there. It's fine. Burn Clown World. We don't talk about our sexual perversions here in case you have one. This is a political show. It's not a place for you to share your sick, psychotic, perverted thoughts. Keep those to yourself and your lover. Okay? Thank you. Democratic leadership reject immediate impeachment proceedings in urgent conference call. You Democratic leaders are barely holding on to your party. It's time to move on and let Ocasio and others step forward like Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, we need to see this impeachment thing go forward. Fox News wants to play it down. It's like, oh, there's going to stop it down. No, it's gaining virality the more they hear about Donald Trump telling all of his staff members that he wanted to continue stopping the Russian investigation. Yet, according to Mueller, this is not obstruction. And all of his staff members, like John Kelly and H.R. McMaster, others, covered for him. Yeah, I tweeted a whole story that's been knocked off and censored off the internet today. It's good I tuned into it, but today we were talking on Google, they were talking about Donald Trump having been very ineffective in reaching out to people in his administration because they just didn't take him seriously for the past 2 years. And he's denying it. He's saying, oh, well, they always follow my directions. No, actually not. Had they followed his directions, he really would be facing obstruction charges right now. But I contend that is obstruction, trying to obstruct. And I think Mueller would probably disagree. Trying to obstruct is no different than obstructing. And I think there's going to have to be a legal definition of obstruction defined very soon. Okay, U.S. mosque investigated for allowing child marriages and rape of kids. That needs to be investigated. Trump hasn't done enough to investigate that. Trump hasn't really stopped Sharia law from going on in America. In Dearborn, Michigan, there are women that are being forced to marry their rapists. That certainly is a problem. Musk takes an aim at Panasonic over Tesla battery production. I didn't see this from earlier. Let's take a look at that.
Morning long, Craig, about the couples counseling. Why does Panasonic and Tesla need couples counseling?
You know, it's always a little disconcerting when you have two partners with a really big venture fighting in public. Obviously, Elon Musk is looking to deflect a little bit of the blame for the shortfall on the Model 3 this quarter. And then Panasonic, I understand, is very unhappy about the losses that they've been incurring in Nevada and the lack of visibility for that to end in the near term.
So from Panasonic's point of view, does it look like this may have been a bad deal?
No, looking back, this has done some really good things for Panasonic. It's helped establish them as the world's leading battery company from a supply chain standpoint. In batteries, your supply chain is your cost. It's done really good things to the core of Panasonic's battery business and just strengthened them overall as a company. So it's good for Panasonic. And obviously, Tesla chose the world's best group in electrochemistry as their partner for the Gigafactory. So
that's nice to know, but I mean, lithium-ion batteries have not proven, in my opinion, to be fully successful. Look what happened to the 787. Boeing had to ground their fleet for months just to deal with a huge battery bubbling problem. I mean, you're dealing with soft material batteries getting hot upon use, discharge, and recharge. That's not safe. I mean, whoever would have cleared that for electrochemical longevity was a complete babbling idiot. So I don't agree with anything they just said. Tesla himself is obviously not aware of the dangers that these things are posing. We just showed you a video of one blowing up in China. Now, I'm not trying to hurt the Tesla business, but I was saying earlier that I don't understand why people want to buy these things if they have to plug in when they get to their destination. I mean, hybrids are the key to the electric revolution, in my opinion. Even if we're dealing with a hydrogen fuel cell battery that uses hydrogen as part of its combustion chamber. I mean, this whole idea of resting on batteries as a way of solving the world's problems is absurd. You can't store that much energy in batteries. You can in fluid. And liquid hydrogen, they say, will be one of the cleanest, longest storage devices we'll ever have. So I really believe that the future of battery storage will be fuel cell technology, including hydrogen engines, combined, hybridized. But that's just my prediction, whatever. Yeah, came in the pre-show. Nightmarish fat burgers are clogging New York sewers. This poor guy is doing the job that nobody wants to do in New York, but he's working. He literally grabs these batches of old handy wipes and fat and God knows what medical waste, and he's not even wearing a mask. You know, Kam Lau cleans up what they call a fatberg, which is clogging the sewers across New York City at the Newtown Creek wastewater treatment plant. It's the dirtiest job of all. And he said it took a long time getting used to the smell. That poor guy, man. I feel sorry for him. He should have a mask on, but maybe the job is intolerable with a mask on, too. All right, we're done with that story. We showed one young boy, looks like, or a young man, fishing out of one of the sewer systems in a city. Sewage city fishing. Look at this. Disgusting. And he's going to eat this. That's dinner for tonight. I have never met Buklao. We showed how Pag Pag is made in Manila. It's just a horrible food product that people are eating because they have nothing else to eat. The world is so unfair. You know, distribution is so screwed up, and the rich people are so rich, and the poor people are so poor, and yet we do nothing to prevent this. We keep voting Democrat, Republican. It's unreal. We've got a world that needs to start solving problems, and we continue to vote the same party line. They're never going to do anything, people. They're just going to make people die. I saw plastic lettuce, yeah. I heard the plastic lettuce was for showroom lettuce. That's how why they make it. Somebody said they don't actually serve plastic lettuce. You believe that? FDA okays first medical device to treat ADHD in children. Wow. What is it, like a brain implant? A low-level electrical pulse to the parts of the brain responsible for ADHD? Wow, so it's slightly better than a frontal lobotomy. Nice. It's the first of its kind, says Carlos Pina, a director of the Division of Neurological and Physical Medical Devices in the FDA's Center for Devices and Radiological Health. It's only available by prescription. Must be monitored by a caregiver. Pocket-sized device is connected by a wire to a small adhesive patch placed on the child's forehead above the eyebrows. Oh, come on, really? He's got to walk around with like a patch over his head with electrodes connected to it? How is that any different than a third eye? Maybe it is a third eye, Dave. They're re-engineering our human species. First they give us ADHD, and then they give us a third eye. What is this world becoming? Let me take my third eye right here and position it over my forehead. Hello, welcome. I no longer suffer from the symptoms of anything. I am completely under the control of my third eye. Just kidding. I think you've been warned, and now you're out of here. Later. Get a new account. You don't hang out in this room talking like that. We are political here, not sex pervs like you people. Burn clown world. Unreal. 10 foods made in China you must avoid. Hey, that kind of, going back to what I just said, you know, that's an interesting conspiracy theory that we are being dumbed down by all this free porn a lot of you people are accessing. And you know the ones you are, yeah. But yeah, what they're doing, and many people say that the Ashkenazis own these free porn sites. What these Zionist Ashkenazis are doing, they're trying to drain your bodily fluids, your precious bodily fluids. They literally are making you masturbate incessantly by offering you free porn. That's an interesting conspiracy theory. And they're hitting you with subliminal messages. That's right, Max. You're absolutely right. Yeah, anyway, let's get back to the lineup here. I think I'm done with the guy. I'm going to play that guy fishing in the sewer later tonight. I've also got a carnage video that's absolutely horrendous of the carnage in Sri Lanka, and I really cannot play it. It's just so bad. I mean, that's just a sample of some of the carnage. You can't even see what it is, but it's bad. And it's not like fake like the New Zealand fakery we saw recently. It's like full-on brains falling out of their head, the whole thing. In China, they eat stone fish, and they're really poisonous. I know. It's scary. And puff-fish, too. In Korea, a special type of sushi expert has to be able to get in there, and yeah, I wouldn't even think of eating that. In fact, I'm staying away from any raw fish. I don't trust it. There's all these the whole idea of worms lingering in fresh raw fish. I mean, who wants to get worms? You know, it's like, just cook the fish. Yeah, it's a real simple process. Now, we have an unusual picture of the Pope here. Let's see what this is. This was Pope dropped his Lucifer ring. Oh, okay. I was wondering why he was leaning down. He was looking for his Lucifer ring. Yeah, they don't know what happened to it. Okay, well, I don't know where it went either, Pope. He certainly had a, oh my gosh, another frightening picture.
I have two parts to the proposal. Part one is that we say that we are going to roll back student loan debt for about 95% of students who have debt.
Well,
that's part one. And
well, part two is you're going to have a free education for everybody. Well, guess what, Elizabeth? We don't have 1.3 trillion to spare in our budget to write off everybody's student loan debt. But I will tell all of you people, I have a better solution. It's an infrastructure bank idea that absorbs the debt and then keeps everybody's debt active, but with no variable rate interest rates. All leave a fixed low rate of 2%. That's workable, in my opinion, where we can actually finance an infrastructure bank that will absorb that debt and will still have money coming in this way. Because people want to pay back their student loan, but the problem is they can't. It takes forever. The interest rates are absorbed the first 30 years. You're not even paying into the final amount. It's crazy the way it's set. It's set up so that you go down financially because of it. If we just amalgamate the debt, we should have a very simple plan to get a 2% interest rate on everybody's note. That's doable. So I say no to Elizabeth Warren's concept. No to some way of forgiving debt like that. Our country can't absorb that amount of debt. We're already barely able to meet the interest rates on our payments to the Treasury. And obviously the Federal Reserve sends that money over to the World Bank, and they're the ones that handle the interest. And we're barely even breaking even with the Democrats overspending and Trump overspending. I mean, it's ridiculous. We're $1 trillion over budget every year, and she wants to just absorb 1.3 trillion in debt. The woman is completely lost, and she needs to admit to being defrauding the American government to get free affirmative action money to go to college. That's atrocious. And Trump needs to charge her with a crime. I'm surprised he hasn't. There it is, Neurosigma. You put it on your kid's head and they have like a Band-Aid over their forehead the whole day, and they stigmatized by this Band-Aid over their foreheads, giving them electrical stimulation so they don't. It's like portable electroshock therapy. Oh yeah, who doesn't want to give their kid electroshock therapy during the day with a battery pack? Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Misanthropy. That's just amazing. If you use this app, the passwords of the private Wi-Fi networks you connected to are leaked online. I'm going to I'm going to purge that off. Yeah, thanks. We can't show that kind of thing in the show. I mean, no, the NSA probably releases worse stuff than that, but I don't want to take any chances with that. Thank you, chat room celebrity, anyway. Yeah, I don't want anyone clicking in that direction and losing their passwords. Well, they used to do frontal lobotomies on people, and we all know what happened to those people. There were many people, I guess, that had frontal lobotomies. They're gone now, though. If they aren't gone, they're in a mental hospital drooling right now. I think the fact that Biden is running is hilarious. He turned to a 13-year-old girl and said, "Do you know if she knew how horny he was?" And we have that on audio tape. That's pretty interesting. And then Bernie Sanders wrote in an essay when he was younger that women fantasize about being raped by 3 men simultaneously. Bernie the perv Sanders, Biden the perv, yeah, Joe. And then you've got the Beto thing where his entire campaign manager just split. He can't handle being around the guy and his arms are moving all over the place. Beto's on something. I don't know, you may be on Adderall. There's something going on with that guy. And then we found out that he wrote a story himself, Beto did, threatening to kill children, wanting to kill children. And then he was in that hit and run accident where he almost did kill children. And then he ran from the thing. Yeah, there's all kinds of ethics issues. And of course, I talked about Elizabeth Warren. Oh, Kamala Harris, they say she slept to the top of the Democratic Party. And her family rejects her because she smokes pot, which is kind of interesting. Yes, Biden committed plagiarism on his bar exam. And he continues to do so in speeches. I understand Biden cheated on his bar exam, lied about cheating, was confronted way back when he did that. And then, he's got all these pictures of him touching children. It's almost bizarre. I mean, we could focus on Biden for a few minutes. Just kind of hang out and just do the Biden show, Who's leading the Democratic Party is your guess is as good as mine. I'm pretty sure it's more like it's kind of a joke at this point. Yeah, I must have removed my Biden pictures because it was so disturbing. Getting flashes of light. And here's that picture, the only picture of an open casket burial. That's right, the only picture of an open casket burial in the past 10 years. Not one person who died in a terrorist act in America had an open casket except for the pastor. Clemente Pickney, I believe his name was. And we see that his head, somehow his ear dropped an inch posthumously. Now, usually they don't paste your ear another inch shorter when you're in a casket, so it's highly unlikely that this is anything but a wax dummy. But having this this pastor constructed as almost like a gimmick to make it seem like he really did, they never did that again. They never had another open casket burial ever since then. So apparently the wax, you can see how it pushes out in one direction. It always deforms when it's sitting for a long period of time. They can't help it. Even Madame Trousseau has to fight that constantly. Like I know anything about wax dummies. Okay, Biden and friend. What you got? Biden and his lover? Well, when he said that to a 13-year-old girl on camera, that she made him feel horny, everyone was like, oh, that's so cute. Yeah, look at that. Biden and Beto sitting in the tree. K-I-S-S-I. Yeah, Beto was talking to a young man in the bathroom before he went on a speech down there, the southern border. And the young man was kind of put off. It's like, why are you talking to me? Remember that? Yeah, he just didn't know why Beto was hitting on him in the men's bathroom. Bernie Sanders leads Joe Biden in Emerson National Poll. Well, again, any poll could be bought. Now, we're in the era of fake news, so anybody can buy a poll. Especially, a Bernie Sanders group. They're hysterical. They want Bernie. They just love the fact that he's a one percenter now and has no idea what socialism is. But they're so stupid, they vote like cattle. The Democrats just continue to cling to this idea that Bernie's going to do something when he's never done a damn thing for Vermont. He's never stopped Wall Street in any way. He's never even pitched a bill effectively that would stop Wall Street, yet he's somehow going to make everything all right. I'd rather go with an alternative radical view. What about a third party? What a concept. Yeah. What about a third party, a centrist party that's not radical or conservative? Yeah, the idea is very, very moving. 57% of the country say they want a third party. Yeah, Trump should name Biden Pedo Biden. I think so. But believe me, they all shake hands in the end. That's why Trump hasn't prosecuted Hillary. I don't think Whoopi Goldberg's lips have anything to do with anything. She's a woman. Whoopi Goldberg is a woman that has a face. I mean, you're denigrating women again, Howie. This is like you're saying that Whoopi Goldberg lips bother you. I mean, where is this going? This is a slippery slope. I am kind of like Whoopi Goldberg. She and I look very much alike, and I'm white-faced, though. Yeah, David, I think you're just making this up because you're a white boy. I like your lips. Sorry. I think your lips are fine. You got a problem, buddy. I like Whoopi Goldberg. Frankly, I'm not in any way racist, as you know. I happen to know a friend of hers. I know a couple. I know a woman who is a black woman who is fairly close with Whoopi because they've worked together. Yeah. I've never met Whoopi myself, but I know a woman who knows Whoopi. Yeah. She was the costume designer on that movie, White Men Can't Jump. Right. And I haven't jumped since I found out I'm not allowed to jump. So I'm still waiting on orders from the producer that I can jump. Now, this is really intense. Yeah, Kamala Harris admits to what? I don't believe that. You're not allowed to post those things here. You met Patrick Stewart? Really? Patrick Stewart is a amazing actor. I mean, far underrated as an actor, in my opinion. I think we were all very blessed to have him on those series, Star Trek series that he was part of. But now that he's become Asian, you got to wonder. Is Patrick Stewart Asian? I don't know. I mean, he seems like he's not that Hale Bopp guy from Hale Bopp, right? He seems a little. He must have Asiatic blood. I don't really think that's necessary to talk like that, David. It's more important that you talk more like a normal person. Don't make up voices, and don't talk like me. You understand? I disallow it. He's gotten a little older, though, as time goes on, It's like, there he is. His face is changing. He needs a new facial. John Denver, you think is Asian? He has kind of Asian a lot, but he was German, man. We all know John Denver was German. Rocky Mountain High. Yeah. I'm sorry for the way things are in China. I never understood that lyric until I found out that John Denver broke up with his wife, Annie, Annie's song, and he found Annie in bed with a lover. He found his wife having sex with her lover. And, yeah. He wrote that song about China. I'm sorry about the way things are in China. I think because she was talking about China when she was divorcing her. That's what I'm guessing. Because why else would someone say, I'm sorry for the way things are in China? I'm sorry for the way things are in China. I'm sorry you slept with that guy and I saw you cheating on me. It's something like that. That's what the song should have been. Yeah. Poor John Denver. I think he was killed. The conspiracy theory is that he may have been shot, or may have somehow had sabotage in that plane, that experimental plane that he was flying. Well, what was the motivation? No, he was not full of crap. That's just, I'm going to purge you there. What would be the motivation to kill John Denver? Well, his father was a test pilot for Area 51. His father had a very close relationship with John Denver. His father may very well know the clue to why John Denver killed himself. Is it true that the effects of marijuana increase at a higher elevation such as Denver? I don't think so. In fact, the lack of oxygen prevents the complete burn of the marijuana leaf. Therefore, you probably are not using every aspect of your marijuana on your first burn. The lack of oxygen would indicate its inability to actually ignite. And my father was very proud of me. Yes. And I had a really close relationship with my father. So if my father had told me something, secret, like Area 51 stuff, maybe John was told that. You never know. You can never think that way, Howie, not here. I don't know. You suck when you take in oxygen with the marijuana cigarettes. So when you say smoking in marijuana in Denver would suck, yes, technically you are sucking in smoke. It would suck anywhere. Vacuums suck, You hear that sucking sound? Those are your tax dollars being sucked out of your pocket. Yeah. All right, we're done there, and I don't want to go to the gruesome details of Sri Lanka. I don't want to push propaganda in favor of Trump. There's all kinds of crap coming out right now. But he continually contends that, same old story, no collusion, no obstruction. And meanwhile, installing William Barr in the office in and of itself is obstruction. So as far as I'm concerned, anybody who endorses Nancy Pelosi's desire to not impeach needs to just pack up and move to another country. Nancy Pelosi should probably pack up and move to another country, because frankly, the reason why the Democrats won the midterm election was because people wanted impeachment, not because we want another Obamacare or we want amnesty for illegals. That's what the Democrats are thinking. That somehow we need amnesty for illegal aliens in their minds. I mean, this is crazy. And now Trump is sounding like the Democrats, saying he's going to send them all to sanctuary cities. Dude, you should have planned that out when you said zero tolerance and then seized 4,500 kids from their mom and dad. And hasn't even put a task force together to find the children and their mother and father. I mean, Trump is a disaster in the making every day that he is our president. Yeah, we need to move toward impeachment. Absolutely. There's no other way at this point. Otherwise, we got 2 more years of this, or 1.5 more years of this guy, and him running for re-election to avoid prosecution in New York. Seriously. Yeah, the Democrats want illegals to vote, yeah. Pelosi cautions on impeachment as she denounces Trump's ethics. Ugh. Oh, that's so nice, Nancy. Well, why don't you just cling to your fake position in the government where you were selected by a bunch of sheep and cattle? Oh, you're back? Well, I'd ban you, but you'd come back anyway.
Was subpoenaed today to testify before a congressional committee. McGahn,
they're picking on McGahn. They're going to try to make him the scapegoat. The Republicans are. Here he goes.
Former White House counsel Don McGahn was subpoenaed today to testify before a congressional committee McGahn will be asked about the president's attempts to stop the Mueller investigation, what some consider obstruction of justice outlined in the special counsel's report. The president today shrugged off impeachment questions. Here's Weijia Jiang.
Are you worried about impeachment, Mr. President?
During the annual Easter egg roll at the White House, President Trump brushed off the possibility of facing impeachment. And on Capitol Hill, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi tamped down the talk too. Ahead of a conference call with House Democrats late this afternoon, Pelosi sent them a letter writing, "The facts regarding holding the president accountable can be gained outside of impeachment hearings." While Democrats agree the Mueller report provides...
How are we going to hold this guy accountable without an impeachment process? Hello? What's wrong with her? Is she not aware that there's no other mechanism by which our government can recall a bad president than impeachment? What the hell's wrong with this woman? I mean, what other method does she have? Is she going to pull a rabbit out of a hat and whatever? I don't want to get gross. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just so frustrated with this nonsense. We need to move forward with impeachment right away. Anybody who says they can't be impeached obviously doesn't know American law. We impeached Clinton in the House and the Republicans did it. Why can't we impeach Trump in the House run by the Democrats? What's wrong with the Democrats? Something's wrong with Nancy Pelosi. She may be suffering from Alzheimer's. We don't know. There's been doctors claiming that they get a lot of prescription medication requests from Congress just for anti-Alzheimer's drugs. Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm not making fun of Alzheimer's victims, no. Like Ronald Reagan, who never knew we had an Iran-Contra affair? I don't know those two people. Were they involved sexually? Mitch McConnell is the problem. I know he wouldn't allow it to come to the Senate floor, but we have strong evidence to suggest that Donald Trump has been colluding with the Russians, and it hasn't been presented by Mueller. There's Manafort's second trial, which was seemingly in limbo regarding money laundering. That didn't even materialize. There's the 10 years of tax returns that Trump is fighting after he openly said, "Oh, I gladly show you all my tax returns for 10 years. No problem." Now we can't see them. That's a telltale sign of some cover-up at a high level. He won't reveal any financials to anybody because he's afraid of suits. So there's very dark things in his financial past which would come to light, and that's easily enough to convince a jury that he's being manipulated. Yeah, like sex tapes that weren't brought up. It was only slightly mentioned. The PP tape was only slightly mentioned in the Mueller report. And there's conflict of testimony between Donald Trump's bodyguard and Donald Trump publicly saying he didn't even spend time at that motel room in 2013 in Moscow. When his bodyguard said they were approached by 5 prostitutes that night and he turned them down. Trump went into his bedroom. The bodyguard said, "I saw him go into the bedroom." Trump says he just changed his clothes. A direct contradiction between the bodyguard's testimony. That should be in the Mueller report, but it's not. All these things that are just not jiving. Seth Rich, not even investigated. Clearly the only person with easy access to the WikiLeaks was Seth Rich. Yet they went after Roger Stone so that they can justify redacting all these pages of documents. Sorry, but I cry foul. I think Mueller needs to be charged with the crime. I think William Barr needs to be charged with the crime of treason because he wrote a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein saying don't investigate obstruction. That in and of itself was an attempt to obstruct. And he wrote a letter in defense of Michael Flynn, that same letter ahead of the investigation saying don't investigate Michael Flynn. William Barr is probably working for Russia. We have to assume. So this total collusion is in full play, people. And I know it's what I just said is way above your head and you still support Trump and everything, but you're basically a traitor to this country. So I'm going to say positive things now. Take Sarah's advice. Happy Earth Day, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. we arrived, and what a beautiful Earth it's turned out to be. Covered with a network of 5G connectors across the globe, endangering brain health, DNA altering radio frequencies, chemtrails with heavy metals in them. Oh, what a great Earth Day we're having. Yeah. I'm trying to paint a good picture, but I am happy that we are living in America. I know it's a lot harder for people around the world. And I'm glad that we still have a beautiful country. We still have a fairly protected environment. So all of these things make me feel good. I'm trying to think of the positive things that are going on. Because you're right. It's a positive thing to think positive.
I'm positive.
You're positive.
That's a positive thing happening in your life. Me.
You are. You're the most positive person I've ever seen. You can certainly change other people in this world. Hey, we found something really cool. That I'm going to give you guys a link that I've enjoyed on the side. I haven't told Sarah about it yet, but for Happy Earth Day, it's a link to, it's called lifehacker.com, has a link to virtually traveling around 31 national parks using Google Maps.
That's so cool.
Isn't that cool? I'm going to give it to everybody in the room. And if you want to search through the coolest national parks in the country, this is the best, funnest link I've ever seen. I'll be back.
That is very cool. Awesome. Thank you, David.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be cool just to sit and like virtually tour through the national parks with all of you. Be like walking in. Here I am in the national. Oh, that would be so trippy. Be like, put up my green screen and be like, guess where I am, people? I'm in such and such national park. Virtually. That's like the the traveling I'll do this summer, huh? All right. That would be fun. And that's good. We could do it anytime. You found a bank today that let you open a new bank account, and it did not ask you to put $2,500 in an account. That's very good. How about a virtual ATP tour of the national parks? That would be good. Hi, Sarah. You've been sleeping, or I've been getting better sleep, so I seem more chipper? Maybe both. I like this rule I have for myself. Lights out at 10 o'clock now on school nights. Well, except Sunday, not so much. But lights out at 10 o'clock Monday through Thursday. Maybe even Friday. I might do that. Because I do like this early morning thing I do on Saturday. I talk to my friends and my verts, that is. My virtual friends. And sometimes they call it a PLN, Professional Learning Network. But the dude abides. He will be back. But anyway, then yeah, that's been really good. And no Netflix or TV Monday through Thursday. No yawning, I know. Sarah's finally energized. Well, that too, right? That always helps. All right. I could do a worm show and gardening. I did have my friend videotape how I do my composting the other day, which I mean, it's kind of weird and gross, but it's kind of cool. I like it. My garden is doing really well. I have tulips blooming. We love this time of year because in our, like right outside my front door, we have these little beds, and we have these garden beds, and they have tulips and these bluebells, and they're all blooming this time of year. They're just adorable. They're really cool. Sun is out. It's really nice. And then at school, there's all these tulips that are blooming. There's a few tulips, I should say, not all these, but there's a few tulips blooming in the garden beds there. And then it's cool to see the columbine is going up. They're just about to bloom. They're like budding out. I can see the the Columbine, the cherry trees are blossoming, our pear tree is blossoming. My cherry trees, I've never gotten any cherries that are worth anything on there. They're like really small. I think somebody's right that I have to do sulfur and something else. Yes, it's so awesome. They're going to be doing human composting pretty soon. So I live in the right state. I was thinking, I wonder if I should start a human composting business, because pretty soon it's going to be legal and I could be like the first one to do it. Bring your body here. I'll compost you and make a tulip beds. I'm like so weird. I am weird. But it'll be like really cool. And then you could like every year come and get like tulips for the memory of your parents. I know, I kind of have to get like some land for that, right? But you wouldn't need too much land because they all turn into compost. So it's not like, but it does take a while, especially in the winter. I'm realizing, no, because it would be like, we do not do caskets here. You can wrap your loved one in cotton. And okay, if you want a cedar box, no, actually, sorry. But Columbine is a type of flower, which is pretty cool. It's, oh, that would be cool. You're willing, I buy the lands, I set up the business, and you can do the human composting for me? Totally into that, Misanthropy. Let me look, if you can find some cheap land in Washington State, let's do it. Cheap as in $10,000. You start looking online for some land, and we'll think about it. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah. Yeah, you're fine with dead bodies. I'm fine with worms. I come in and check on it, every couple months. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. And then I can have, I do have 2 cherry trees, and they do cross-pollinate, and they do make fruit, but the problem is, like, the fruits are really small, so I do think somebody said I needed sulfur and something else. Wait, Dr. Meow, what? For free? What? All right, you have fun with that, Germ. Yeah, some people are homeless by choice. That's true, Bengalitis. That's a little weird. Somebody said that they don't do that they don't feed the meat to their pigs, even though pigs can't. I think pigs can eat meat, but anyway, they say that chickens are not vegetarians because they eat worms and bugs and things like that. Okay, I see now. Oh, you see that I do have the problem with my cherry trees. I don't mind things being morbid. I really think that is a great direction to go in with the human composting. I'm going to take credit for it because on this show, as you know, I've always talked about my worms. And then I did say when I die that I want to be eaten by my worms. And then next thing I know, they talk about human composting and making it a law into Washington State. Wait, never mind. I can't take credit for it because I did see it in an article. I was just going through my paperwork the other day and I saw an article about it that happened.
Definitely we're leading the trend of people that wanted to be buried in wooden, in wooden.
But I was leading the trend in wanting to be human composted, maybe.
Yeah. But
Sarah, you're weird.
You've gone on camera to say that you wanted to be in a wooden coffin, so.
Yeah, and cool. I did say that I want to make sure there's worms in there with me so they can compost me.
Right, yeah, okay.
David's like, yeah, okay, you are weird. Oh, you know what's really cool? I think they're called carpet beetles. They like clean the skulls or the bones. They're so cool. All right. Yeah, remember back in the day, people are allowed to be buried in the ground? They didn't have to be put in an airtight sealed casket and pumped full of chemicals. What are those? I mean, I do not. I tell David, do not put any of that chemical stuff inside of me. I do not want that touching my body. Even though I'm dead, I will come and haunt you if you put, what is it? It's formaldehyde. Oh my God! Do not let formaldehyde touch me. If you put any part of me in formaldehyde, even though I want to donate my organs to science, if you put formaldehyde in me, or you put my body parts in formaldehyde, I don't care if it's for science. No. I need to put that on my license. Yes, organ donor, no formaldehyde. I do not want to be preserved like that. No embalming fluid at all. Do not want to be embalmed. I do not want formaldehyde. I'm making it very clear. Ants generate formaldehyde. I don't like ants. I like worms, but I don't like ants. Caskets are for the funeral. Most people are buried in a wood casket after the ceremony. I've seen... Okay, I don't want xylene or formaldehyde. I don't want any of that embalming stuff. I don't want any of it. None. No. Instead, I have it at my school, but I have a playlist that I want, and you can have a memorial service, because I know people need to, the memorial service is about the people that want to remember me. I know this because I've had to go to one already this year, and I'm going to another one in like 2 weeks. And I really love my friend that I'm going to her memorial service. But you just have a beautiful picture of me. You could have like all the pictures of me. And then, no xylene, no MSG, no formaldehyde. I don't want that. You can use carpet beetles. You can use red wriggler worms. You could even put me inside a cedar casket. You can wrap me in white muslin, or silk, or cotton. All of those things I'm okay with. Okay, formaldehyde is a scam. Oh, you refused to get that done when you had to plan someone's funeral. Yeah. Yeah, and you're like, nope, not buying any of your extras. I know how this works. You're just trying to take advantage of grieving people. I know David wants to be in like a sealed casket, stainless steel. I don't know if he wants formaldehyde. I know he wants to be preserved, so like maybe I should put him in like Jello or something. Like he wants his body to be pristine. Maybe do a wax, like some kind of clear, something that will like like super save his body. That's how David wants. Where I'm like the opposite. Well, he wants a sealed gasket where his body can be like, you can take out David's body like 1,000 years later and it's still like pristine. Me, I don't want any parts of my body to remain after that long. I don't even want nothing. All right, this is a bit macabre. Macabre. I think that's it. Anyway. I can have David sit in front of the computer and play the audio of his shows and times his picture to come on the screen at the right time. That's true. I know. I've eaten almost all of David's meals, as the FDA says. It's wholesome food. It still has nutritive value. I don't think dates should be on things. But then there's other things that I cannot do, which is, or I could do, but I don't want to do. Like there's a thing of pickled vegetables in the fridge because David saves the pickle juice and puts random vegetables in there. I'm like, I don't want to eat that. I know. Well, according to that one age site that you guys sent me, and I put in what I thought David was, Misanthropy, that was not the case. So, statistically speaking, no, but seriously, it's David, so what does statistics have to do with it? No, I do not 130. I hate them. And I don't say that lightly. I don't hate most things. Most things I love. But I hate hot dogs and I hate bologna. Yeah. I like peanut butter. I like grilled cheese. Where did my things go? Okay. All of my tabs went down. I lost my tabs. There we go. All right, I'm back. I don't click everything. I don't have like all these tabs, so I actually sit here. I do hate nitrates and nitrites. I sit here for a little while and then the screen goes black into screensaver mode because I just sit here and talk. Yeah, Misanthropy, I never planned on having children, let alone great-grandchildren. I hate hot dogs. Nicolas Cage had a wife for 4 days that agrees to a divorce and wants spousal support after 4 days. I'd say, no way. 4 days is not enough for spousal support. And you should go take care of yourself and you should work on supplying your own needs, lady. 4 days? Give me a break. I'd be like, no. But Nicolas Cage, seriously, you didn't get a prenup? What were you? On drugs at the time? Maybe? Seriously, if that's the case, then you should just get a prenup done right now so that if it ever happens again, you'd be like, oh yeah, but first you need to sign this if you want to marry me. You raised a mouse for a year. And then what was it, like a 4-day binge? And then she's like, oh, doesn't like the real you? Seriously. Sarah, most people just get a pet and they call it their child. That's what we have. We have Amber, and Amber is going to be my kiddo, my child. When Amber is no longer with us, that's going to be our last furry pet. Imagine I get disintegrated by the Large Hadron Collider and all the stuff yells, pew, 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 pew. Now I know what Dr. Meow wants for his funeral. No, I don't think I'm ever going to get another beta fish. They're just too much work. I do have, it's pretty cool. At school, it came with the science kit that we use. I have this, well, there's one left. It's called a dragonfly nymph. And I consider that like the class pet. And it did survive because I changed the water a couple times, but now I'm like trying to let everything die. And so I'm not changing the water, but it keeps hanging in there. But it came with like, there were like 6 of them when it first arrived, and now it just has 1 dragonfly nymph left. If I put a stick in there, it might crawl out and turn into an actual dragonfly. That's so crude and rude. I'm gonna purge you. Make smarter choices. Get it? Yeah, if I got a tortoise, he would outlive us all. Yeah, something like that, Misanthropy. He's pretty big though. He's like that big now. This dragonfly lamp, he was a little small and now he's a pretty big guy. It's pretty cool. At the end of the year, I'll call it the science. We have this science person in charge of all the science. I'll be like, okay, you can come and get him. Now, let him go to the dragonfly place in the sky. The thing, I could try to feed it in a minnow. Oh, Dr. Meow, I'm not going to do that. Don't try to talk me into it. I love Amber, but I love Amber, period. I'm not going to get another cat or kitten or any furry animal of any kind. A dragonfly nymph is a perfect animal. It just like sits in the water. And then I've just got to learn how to take care of plants better. I need to still fix, I have this hole in one of my hoses that I need to fix. Ah, Ticken, I'm sorry. Why isn't it loading for me? You did not make smart choices, so you get a time out. I will look at the picture of the kitty and I'll say, "Oh, that's so cute." No. They are adorable. Stalking for pets. I love kittens and I love cats, but you know what? No. Amber is the last one for me. I don't know. 579. You would wonder. Still I wonder who'll stop the rain. Anyway. All right. I know. Sucker for small cuddly pets. But not really. I've been pretty good. I've never been a dog person, but I have learned to tolerate dogs once I had Amber, because I was like, oh, I see how you must like your dog the way that I like my cat. And so then it's helped me like understand. Oh, how about a parrot? What? Too much work. Once Amber's done, I don't want to take care of a pet. That's really what it's about. That's one of the reasons I don't have a child. All right, Sarah, I think you think you should buy an $800 MIDI controller. You watch videos on it and you like the workflow. A MIDI is 1990s. What do you want? Go for it. If you want it, go for it. But why do you want it? Wow, that's cool. Maxed out credit. You found had a falcon when you were 9. You found him on your balcony. He had been shot through his wing. You kept him for 12 months and let him go. Wow. Oh, I know. The pangolins are pretty cool. Don't they eat ants? I don't like ants, so that would make sense. What did I do for Earth Day? I gathered compost. Well, I do that every day. I watched a video on Mystery Science about how old is the Earth. 4.5 billion years. That's 4,500 million years. That's a really long time. 4,500 million years. And so the middies is going to be your hobby? You know what you should do? Yeah, misanthropy, that's true. Well, we always wonder, are you like independently wealthy, or are you, but you say that you're not moving, but you want to move, so we're not sure. If you're not independently wealthy and you want to be, I think I have a book suggestion for you, but I won't suggest it unless you actually want to read it. I have never touched an anteater. I was talking to Misanthropy Ticken. He was the one that wanted to get the $800 MIDI controller. That's part of the answer, Luca, but there's another book too. You're waiting, you don't rush into anything anymore. You're giving it until a certain deadline. Okay, you're moving until a certain deadline. Got it. I keep waiting. I hate that song. I hate the song Waiting on the World to Change, because the song I do like is, if you want the world to change, shut your mouth and get on with it. I don't like, like people just sitting here. Never mind.
Well, you can't control what people do, though, If they don't want to do anything, that's their choice.
Yeah, but you can control yourself.
Yeah, we all
either
can.
Not complain about them, or
it's true.
If you want to change the world, get on with it.
Get on with it, yeah. Well, we're certainly making a big dent in that by doing a show every night continuously for 10 years. I know that's a significant change right there, just building an audience. And in a world where we're being censored left and right. It's pretty amazing. And these people who own the networks, they think they can just buy everybody and buy everyone, and they can't control us. We're not buyable.
Is everything good?
Things are good, yeah. Thank you for everything. Did you go on a virtual tour, or should I go?
I did not.
Okay.
I just talked.
All right, no problem. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, we're going to try a virtual tour here. Okay. Not sure where this is going. A free visit today. Thanks. Okay. I'm going to my virtual tour, and on Earth Day, I planted garlic. That's ridiculous. Don't even ask such questions here. You've been muted. You're watching too much porn, yeah. You definitely are. No one, a Chinese government official ever offered me anything. Wait a second. You mean I thought I could visit the parks on Earth Day, but now I'm finding I can't. Find a park. No, that's not what I saw. The link's gone. So the link expired only for one day? Oh, that sucks. I can't even enjoy all the virtual tours of the parks now. Where do you get it? How do you access this? Oh, here we go. Thank you. We're on our way. No, it should work. It should work. If you want the Lifehacker link, this is it. Let me get into the Google Earth and prove I can do it here. Okay, here they are. Da 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 da. Here it is, Lifehacker. Now you can just travel around the world without having to leave the comfort of your own easy chair with your porta potty. Bryce Canyon. Let's go. Whoa, zooming. Oh, isn't this exciting? Whoa, you're there. I am in Bryce Canyon. Whoa, isn't this cool? Tell me if this is not cool. This is the best part about being on the internet right now. Oh my gosh, that poor man had his body severed in half by a combined Google picture. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. You can check out other places like Sunrise Point. Yeehaw. That's a still photograph, though, but that was pretty cool. You can restart it. Let's go. Explore other parks. I want to go to another park now. I want to try another park. Okay, well, you guys can check out the link on your own. I'm not going to do it in front of you right now because it's too enjoyable. Look at that. Just the beauty of this great country. And to think that they think we have too many people living here. We have an allocation of money and an allocation of water problem. Money and water. And offering a $500 a month solution for basic income for people is probably one of the ways we're going to get people money. I know that there's got to be a way to get more people more money every day. So we just came up with this idea, the Baseline Plus, and we believe that it is affordable. $500 per month per U.S. adult citizen who's not currently getting Social Security or disability. It's a simple plan, and it gets people off the ground financially. It'll help our retail sector. It'll inject money into our society. I found the Biden Project. Let's see.
Okay, right here. Here's the official.
Now, guys, look up the Senate photographer up top.
Oh, there he is.
There you go. Can I move just along?
Come on, get in here. Look at how he touches these children.
Dad's gonna stand pretty close.
You're a lovely girl. You have a lovely daughter.
Oh.
By the way, if I were young and I had to choose parties.
Are we on at the party?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So apparently he does this with everybody. He like grabs their youngest daughter or their the most pretty daughter, and he pulls them aside and has a special photograph with them. Wow. Whoa, we're seeing a possible growth in psychedelic toad milk. If the studies are showing that the smoking the psychedelic toad milk could alleviate depression for up to 4 weeks. Wow. So they're seeing some positive results from the hallucinogen completely exuded from the glands of this frog. Yeah. Just interesting things. I know they're researching psilocybin. as a possible way of dealing with cluster headaches. I hope that helps you, Howie. You remember when that homeless guy lived in a national park for 7 years without getting caught? When they found him, his campsite was very neat, but they had to arrest him, and the judge felt so bad because he just wanted to be left alone, but they made him go live in a homeless shelter and work to pay the fine. Yeah, really. They found a guy up in our area in Bellingham, Washington, who was living in an underground cave. They thought he was a murderer. He created an entire apartment up there in Bellingham. It was like multiple layers, tunneling and everything. Yeah. It was just some bag person living in the mountain. They eventually released him. It wasn't the murderer. Yeah. They don't let people live on public areas at all. You can't just burrow. Okay. Plumber causes major flood in apartment. This is a common sense thing. I'll play this for you. Yeah, the thing is, most people would shut the water off of the main instead of trying to fix it while it's spurting out after him. So I guess we get to look at a guy flood an apartment for 13 minutes tonight. That'll be fun. It's as good as tiny houses as far as conspiracy money is concerned. I don't care. Yeah, tiny house videos are open game too. I mean, I'm willing to play anything. No, that was just water. Okay, the polio vaccine is apparently becoming contaminated in Peshawar. Around 700 children reportedly fell sick after polio vaccination in Peshawar occurred. There you go. You know, this is a very unproven science, very old science, vaccinations. And now at least 700 children got sick after the polio vaccine.
वैक्सीनेशन से बच्चों की तबीयत खराब होने पर एहतजाज करते हुए मुश्तइल अफराद ने मुडबेर माशोखिल अस्पताल में तोड़फोड़ करके
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm so sorry. But I'm assuming she's saying the mob of the infuriated people staged protests in front of the hospital and damaged the property after reports of several children fell sick after the polio vaccination. The protesters broke down the compound wall of the hospital and set the building on fire. A gas cylinder also exploded after the blaze incident.
आग लगा दी। पुलिस की भारी नफरी ने मौके पर पहुंचकर हंगामा आराई पर काबू पाया।
A heavy contingent of police rushed to the hospital and overcame the lawless situation. SSP Operations Peshawar has said that the legal action would be taken against the people involved in the rioting accident. So now you just have to sit there and passively accept your vaccination and not say anything. Oh, herd inoculation. It's what the elitists want. People like Bill Gates. We ran a video 2 days ago that showed Bill Gates doesn't want his own family vaccinated. He refuses to vaccinate any of his family members. It's kind of amazing how this guy operates. He's strictly into just forcing everyone, eugenics they call it, trying to cull the world's population by forcing vaccinations. And you know, over 50,000 kids have had adverse reactions to Bill Gates' vaccinations. And I mean death. I mean, people have died from these vaccinations. He doesn't seem to bear any culpability or any feelings of guilt. And he refuses to vaccinate his own kids, though. It's like, yeah, 47% of the population cannot accept live viruses. That's right. I believe all vaccines are grown in eggs. The vaccination process, the growth of vaccines is ancient. It dates back to Louis Pasteur. They take this one green monkey cell that they've had since 1957, they replicate it in a petri dish. It grows on its own. They've been allowing that to become infected with the vaccine, and then they pull a small amount out of the petri dish and inject a small amount of that petri dish in various eggs. They then let the eggs gestate for 26 days, and then they withdraw a portion of the egg out of the vaccine and put it in a tube, a regular chicken egg, and put it in a small tube, and then they add stabilizers, colloidal suspensions, thimerosal, mercury, squalene, and then they inject it in your bloodstream. And it's even been found to have traces of glyphosate, Roundup, in it. And the reason that is that they use a collagen, which is derived from the hoofs of animals, which animals typically walk on Roundup-ready grounds, and it goes right into our bloodstream. Isn't that special? Okay, Nicolas Cage had a wild marriage ceremony the other day. It was filmed. It was just bizarre. And now his wife of 4 days agrees to divorce and asks for spousal support. According to a report, Nicolas Cage has filed for an annulment of 4 days after getting married. There he was. Citing court documents, Entertainment Tonight reported that the Face Off star filed for an annulment from his wife, Erica Quake, on Wednesday. They had a wild ceremony. It was bizarre, very tumultuous. The court record also shows that the 55-year-old actor has requested a divorce if an annulment isn't possible. Wow. According to ET, the former couple who started dating last April, applied for a marriage license and tied the knot on Saturday in Vegas. This is Cage's fourth marriage. Didn't work out for him. Oh, they do have vaccines that grow in monkey ovaries? Good to know. Thanks, Max. You got a lot of info. I didn't realize they were using monkey ovaries to grow vaccines. That's scary, man. So you know this, you've heard that monkey ovaries are being used to grow vaccines?
Good to know. Thanks, Max.
He left Las Vegas.
I didn't realize they were using monkey ovaries to grow vaccines. That's scary, man.
They use rabbits as well. Wow, I did not know that. Well, there you have it.
So you know this, you've heard that monkey ovaries are being used to grow vaccines?
Interesting.
He left Las Vegas.
Hey, you know, a new trial suggests government's been colluding with Monsanto, now currently owned by Bayer. GlobalResearch.ca is one of the best sites for getting pretty interesting objective information. And here's an article from GlobalResearch.ca. New trial evidence suggests government's colludes with the Monsanto. Oh yeah, we know this for a long time. In 2015, the government agency seemed to have been started working in conjunction with Monsanto to stall toxicology tests on glyphosate, the main ingredient in Roundup, conducted by a unit of the CDC. So they've been protecting Monsanto and the big pharma industry in vaccinations. So CDC is implicated in a lot of this crap. Wow. Well, I'm glad somebody's looking into this. Monsanto and glyphosate is the scourge of this earth. On Earth Day, we can't talk about a more disturbing, destructive influence than Roundup. Over 7 billion tons of this product has been produced and speckled across the earth. And it's a known glyphosate, the main ingredient, is a known carcinogen in California. And it's the kind of thing they pull paint off of pipes with. It's a shellator. And it does that to your entire immune system and all your cells too. It strips us of our natural barriers. It causes cancer. Yet they put it everywhere. I think I think that they're killing everybody. Slowly. They just want everybody who doesn't know what to eat and how to live properly, letting all those people die off. They don't want us. Hey, inventor Jim Genius, how you doing, man? They don't want us here. And I'm speaking from, experience looking at all the things they're doing. There's no BPA in this. It's non-BPA. Thank you, though. You've been muted. Yeah, they see us all as useless eaters, the great unwashed. And finally, they're calling us the cattle. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not cattle. I'm not going to sit back and take this crap. No way. I just believe that they're trying to literally destroy the earth, and they don't believe that I'm going to be able to, or other people are going to be able to convince others of the same fact. But it's more and more obvious every day. You know, I haven't checked out how many miles away a sex offender lives. There was one in our area that, yeah, there's probably a couple of them in our area. Back in 2012, I think I looked up the number of people in my area that were sex offenders. No, there's no microchip on my nose. Sorry. No. I don't see anything on my nose. No. I don't see a microchip. No. Bernie Sanders, let terrorists, sex predators, murderers vote from prison? Oh, yeah. Bernie Sanders, not only, he's just off the deep end. Not only does he believe that women enjoy being raped simultaneously by 3 men, and he wrote that, but now he's saying that we should let terrorists and sex predators and murderers vote from prison. Can you believe this? It's unbelievable. Wow. Socialist Bernie Sanders said during a CNN Democratic town hall event that he would let the Boston Marathon bomber, sex predators, and murderers vote in U.S. elections while in prison. Okay, now is he sabotaging his vote now? I mean, you know, the thing about the Democrats, they all believe that they're tied to their party, and they're not. I left the Democratic Party when they told me to shut up. They said, no one's ever going to vote for you. And then I got 4,300 votes in the following election in 2014. Well, it was many years later, but I had to start this party first. Yeah, Bernie Sanders is off the deep end. All the Democrats are untrustworthy, and totally unscrupulous, without scruples. Unprincipled, unethical, immoral, amoral, untrustworthy, shameless. Look at Beto O'Rourke. He wrote, while he was a hacker in a known hacker organization, he wrote a story saying he wanted to murder children. He wanted to run them over. Then he got really drunk, got 0.134 alcohol. This is all on the record. Proceeded to hit a truck on the highway, cross into oncoming traffic where he nearly ran over children, and then tried to flee the scene of the crime. This has all been recorded. And he wants to run for president. Oh, and tear down the existing fence we have and open the border for all illegals to come in. I don't think the Democrats got the memo. When Donald Trump won the election with ideas that I'd come up with, like the 1,000-mile fence, he called it a wall. The American people were already shifting toward protecting our borders. The Democrats still don't get it. They haven't authorized the fence. I think it's going to hurt them in the upcoming election. Seriously. But the Democrats don't have a new idea for America like we do. Hybrid capitalism. A way to generate new income and new opportunity for the country. This is why I embrace legalization of marijuana. This is why I support the idea of getting a fence built too, because that's actually going to help our economy quite a bit. The central gist of hybrid capitalism is to get the government to get a return on investment, but to not use their power unjustly against other businesses, to veritably compete in the free market, whatever's left of it, and try to become less of a socialist nation, less of a state bleeding into the welfare state. In fact, the $500 a month plan is actually designed to get rid of welfare. The people that will most suffer from removing welfare will be the mothers with children. So it kind of creates no incentive for having children, per se. You got knocked off, really? But we are going to pick up the WIC program and provide a lot more women with food assistance to pick up the difference. But they'll still get their $500. But right now, some women are getting close to $1,500 for kids. I understand that's going to be tough, but the WIC program will pick up the slack. So I want to get rid of welfare. The Democrats want to expand it, and they want a Green New Deal, which is not going to fix the problem. In fact, would cause nothing but problems. We'd get rid of our cars, make it so we couldn't fly anywhere. I mean, it's over the top. The Democrats have drifted too far to the left. That's why I built this centrist party. WIC is a type of welfare, but it helps children with food. It's the key thing. It isn't welfare, though. No, food is an incidental cost. You're out of here. Bye. Food is an incidental cost. It's important that they get the food necessary to raise their children. Come on, what are you people, a bunch of Nazis here? I don't allow Nazis in the chat room. You're out of here. We want mobile medical units to help people who are dealing with a need for a doctor and can't afford it. And the nice thing about the mobile medical units is we won't charge more than $30 for copay. And if you do have no money, or rather you're broke, you'll be able to get a voucher which will authorize Medicaid to pay for that. Also, I'm planning on building the mobile medical units so that we don't have taking of your records, because we're not going to be doing invasive treatments, mostly diagnostic. You'll get your bill of health in a printout, but it won't go on your record, which will be much better for people who are trying to seek solutions for their personal problems without having to face huge jacked up insurance costs. I'll bet people with insurance will probably get checked out just to see if they're okay. But making it so that you can go to a doctor with no questions asked. Yeah, and there are going to be more old people than ever before. Good point, Max. The number of old people is increasing. 65% of our population will be over 65 by the year 2030. These projections have been out there for a long, long time, but we're seriously... In fact, that's why one of the reasons why I'm offering the $500 to people who currently are not on Social Security or disability, because in the end, most people will be over 65. The amount of money that I'll be doling out for the $500 plan will actually be shrinking over time. Don't tell anybody this, but this method, unlike Yang's method, which is going to bankrupt America by giving people $1,000 a month and everybody gets extra money. I mean, he would definitely turn this country into a pauper state rather quickly. But Trump's doing a pretty good job of that right now with his just elitism, his idea of living in a ivory tower that he lives in. He has no idea what average people are going through. Somebody said, Misa, are you a domain trader? We've been trying to figure out what Misa does. We don't know what he does. Nor do I, have any reason to probe people on their personal problems or life. Yeah, old folks' homes are really growing. Okay. Good to know. All right, just checking on domains. You're a 300-pound fat slob who had child services call on me several times. I got to feed my kids and not look for a job. You're making that up. You're not even a real person. You're pretending like you're somebody else and painting yourself as a poor person, and you're just going to get banned in here, man. You're not even a real person. Well, Social Security is not necessarily going to be given out as an entitlement. You have to earn it. So if you're 65 or older and you don't qualify for Social Security, you'll still be able to get $500 a month. See what I'm saying? Now, granted, you would not be able to live in any place but a $10 a night room in a cage in New York City. I'm sorry to say, but yeah, you got to move out of New York City. What kind of a hotel will $10 a night buy you in New York? I don't know. I'm finding out right now. Well, right. You could be married to somebody and collect SSI. Sure. But there are people that, you know, don't have enough points to collect, so they won't be collecting. Given that New York is the priciest city in America, it's not surprising. It's this photo, Sunbright Hotel. Wow, he gets a room next to somebody else in a hotel for $10 a night. Yeah, a 35 square foot space, bound by chicken wire. Nice. What's the world become, you know? Living in a cage. Right. Well, the idea of everybody getting $500 a month, you could easily get a group living situation for 10 people together who are getting $5,000 a month cumulatively, but they don't have to give it all to you. They could keep 200 and give you 300. You'd have 300 from 10 people. That's $3,000. $3,000 a month will get you a nice room, a house with up to 10 rooms people can sleep in. That's what you do. You know, you can pool your finances. If you're young people with $500 a month, you could all pool your finances and live in a decent place. It's about learning respect for money and how to save, how to spend. Welfare mothers right now are currently having to take care of their kids on their massive welfare payment that they get for their children, and their daughters get their checks sent there, and grandma doles out the whole thing. Bottom line is everybody will get their money and they'll pay to earn their right to stay. And if they don't pay grandma money, then she can learn how to evict people. Well, I'm sorry. Let's look at some rentals on Zillow.com. If you want to find rentals, sure. $3,000 a month is a pretty stiff expense to pay for any house, even for a rental. I mean, where are you living? Malibu? CBS News. Gorilla selfie. Congo Park Ranger photo. Democratic Republic of Congo. What? Wow, this is interesting. A couple of gorillas decided to pose for a selfie with this guy in Congo. He got these two gorillas to stand up on their end, and that's amazing. Good job, dude. Those are highly trained gorillas. Either that or they just went to Fatburger and had a really good dinner. Not Photoshop, you think? No, no way. People don't really know how to use Photoshop, plus it's so expensive. They can't afford to really, you know. No, most people can't afford Photoshop, man. You know that's like expensive, that program. Oh, we have apparently Awesome Carl was in, and he said Happy Easter to everybody. Now his career is taken off. I guess he's got that surfing movie.
I'm going to play one line. And enjoy your Easter.
There he is.
Hey guys, just want to wish you all a happy Easter and hope you enjoyed this quick song. I'm only going to play one line.
That's very good. Nice to see you, Awesome Carl. Thanks for coming in. Hey, you know, I go to the recycler with my plastic, and now they don't take a lot of plastics. They only take number 1 and number 2. I feel like I'm going to the bathroom when I go there. A whopping 91% of plastic is not recycled. Billions of tons of plastic have been made over the past decades, and much of it is becoming trash and litter. Yeah, so we actually need to fix this problem. I'd say outlawing plastic bags would be a good start. Look at the plastic down there underwater. It's crazy. A shocking amount of plastic bottles cover the seafloor off the an island off Taiwan. Unbelievable. Look at that. Looking at the plastic. They got to go underwater to pick up the plastic. It's so many bottles. It's just crazy. 6.3 billion metric tons of plastic waste and 7 billion metric tons of Roundup. I mean, when is it going to stop? Jeez. Unbelievable. Okay. And this miracle of all miracles. Oh, sorry. Nope, wrong story. We've got the Lil Dicky Earth video tonight in our lineup. How much are ass nets? I don't know. I don't think they have ass nets. Good night, Max. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, Trump says he's not even in the slightest bit concerned about impeachment. Yeah.
Former White House counsel Don McGahn was subpoenaed today to testify before a congressional committee. McGahn will be asked about the president's attempts to stop the Mueller investigation, what some consider obstruction of justice, outlined in the special counsel's report. The president today shrugged off impeachment questions. Here's Weijia Jiang.
Are you worried about impeachment, Mr. President?
During the annual Easter egg roll at the White House, President Trump brushed off the possibility of facing impeachment. And on Capitol Hill, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi tamped down the talk too. Ahead of a conference call with House Democrats late this afternoon, Pelosi sent them a letter writing, "The facts regarding holding the president accountable can be gained outside of impeachment hearings." While Democrats agree the Mueller report provides evidence of obstruction of justice,
I would say in every way this is more significant than Watergate.
They're grappling with how to use it, with big names like Elizabeth Warren and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez push.
Oh, God. We got to rely on these people to impeach this guy? What a joke. Fake flu news embarrassingly busted. Really? Yeah, that... With Ocasio and Elizabeth Warren, chances are impeachment won't even get off the ground. They won't even begin the process. I mean, they could have picked the most fallible of people if they tried. And Adam Schiff, he's the poster child of weak.
Brutal flu season appears to be getting even worse.
State health officials now say it's one of the worst seasons in a decade.
KPIX5's Len Ramirez is live in San Jose with how California is getting hit the hardest. Len?
Flu season typically peaks in February, but public health officials don't.
So this is all about how they keep pitching the story about the flu season and how you need vaccinations. And it shows the contradictions going on. I'm anxious to see this tonight. Great. I'll play it later. Early Big Shoe. Thank you. Please share. I will. It's embarrassing. Really? He's the poster child of exophthalmos? Right. Bulging of an eye anteriorly out of the orbit? You believe Adam Schiff suffers from that? Okay. You may be right. I don't know. There's been a couple of photographs that look like it could be hyperthyroidism too. Graves' disease is common, you know. He's likely to not, it's like burst before he gets to the impeachment phase. Poor guy. He gets a lot of money from George Soros, you know, to get reelected. Adam does. Oh, X-ophthalmos is part of Graves' disease. Oh, thank you. I didn't know you were a doctor, Ticking Time Eggs. Okay, you got the link now to the real Notre Dame terrorists. No, I don't think this is a cosplay thing. You're implying these people started the fire? I think you're just a little bit too tripped out on cosplay. Yeah. I think the official line is that there was an electrical short in the building. Yet the guy who created the electrical system, that it was completely bulletproof, or rather short-proof. So no one around there has the flu where you are, huh? Yeah, they make it sound like everybody's dying of the flu all the time. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, thank you for your knowledge, Ticking Time Eggs. Appreciate it. I don't know how many of us are really that interested, though. No, the Muslims, there's no proof they attacked the edifice. There's more proof that Michelle Obama was across the way on a tour of the entire area on a river, toasting in the background to the burning of Notre Dame. Yeah, it's more likely that she was involved, just because of the ridiculousness of the photo. I mean, think about it. What's the likelihood of her toasting to the destruction of Notre Dame in the background? We actually have photographs of the building being torched at the top, but the police refuse to look at these things. They already decided it's a short, even though the guy who did all the work on the building said there's no way it could have shorted out. It had to have been an incendiary device. The experts say that the wood in that building was over 800 years old, and it was so strong, and it was like petrified. It wouldn't have burned that quickly. Well, I'm sure Michelle Obama's presence there is a little bit bizarre and disturbing. I'm sorry for the French people that had to endure that. It must have been tough. I don't know. Well, I mean, transgenderism is so popular in France that she fits right in, or she fits right in. I'm sure in every street block in Paris you run into a tranny. Obama's gay. He's always been gay. He was kissing a man here, being greeted by a gay rights activist, and he slapped a kiss on him. Michelle has always been a transgender after the age of 21, I believe. She decided to go from Oregon State University, where she was Michael LaVaughn Robinson, to Princeton, where she became Michelle Robinson. Where she met, I guess she met Barack Obama in California when he was a dude. So Obama had already met Michelle. Michelle, my tranny. Da, 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 da. Here's a candid picture of Michelle. Meeting, this is when Michelle was Michael LaVaughn Robinson, and you can see a classic face match perfectly. Michelle LaVaughn Robinson was a dude. He was a running back for Oregon State University in 1981. And that's definitely Barack Obama. So the only reason why nobody's contested their gayness is because the Democrats, Republicans are pretty much controlled by a Jewish lobby called Zionism. And they control everything these people say and do. They'll never, the media will never admit this. They're covering for the homosexuals. Clap all the way around. Madison Star Moon has a story tonight called Chemtrail Parody. Let's take a look. 58 seconds. This should be fun. Okay, let's take a look over there. What if for one day here it is. 1
Can we talk just for a second? Let's take a look at this. These are chemtrails, and it doesn't evaporate, it just kind of gradually spreads out. As a jet plane travels, somewhere it used to be between 28 and 38,000 feet. And so this stuff gets out. The atmosphere is up there is saturated. That's why they don't disappear. People calling, writing, emailing, every time this happens. Chemtrails across the United States every day. Chemtrails, the government is poisoning us. That's the explanation. The government planes that are traveling in the sky are poisoning us.
That's excellent. Good job, Madison Star Moon. What if they just told the truth? Wouldn't that be great? Yeah, it'd be great if people just, laid it on the line in the news every day, but they all have to get paid and they all get controlled by the money they earn. Okay, I'm going to show you something that's conspiratorial in nature that we uncovered on Saturday. I was researching an area in Jacksonville, Florida, when I saw a video from 2010 describing a location of UN vehicles parked in Jacksonville at an abandoned airport. This is from 2010. We looked at some sort of a video online, and then I did a current Google mapping of this location, and I found out that they're still there. All of these vehicles right here are SUVs of some sort, been parked there for 10 years. No one knows where or why these are stored there. They're all over the place, and it goes on for a significant amount of time. I mean, you zoom in, these are all vans. They have been there for 10 years, and some people believe they're going to be used for some UN event. I mean, it goes on and on. These parking lots are unbelievable. And they're all the same kind of cars. Some are red, white, and black, and gray. They are all identical cars for the most part. Very bizarre and strange. Yeah. I don't know, if you can take a Google map feed and if it pastes through here, you're welcome to look at this yourself. Scissorfight made a point of telling me that the street maps, which you can access on the side here, over here you can access street, but there is no street map that'll show you the cars. It's not available, but the most recent street map is from 2008. And when you go down here and you get close to the area, you can almost have a line of sight right here. You can't see anything. You can't see down there. There's something happening that you can't get to. So I can't drive out there and go see it myself, but they're still there. 6,000 UN vehicles parked in an airport in Jacksonville, Florida. What for? Any explanation? 6,000 vehicles? I find that hard to believe. Our government is allowing this secretly to go on.
Yo guys, what is so scary about you?
It wouldn't surprise me if it was just some secret operation to hold vehicles in one location for eventual use. I don't trust this current government under Trump. He's completely owned by people that have goods on him, whether it's sex tapes or money he owes money launderers. Donald Trump has already been bought and sold, and that's been the problem all along. The only thing holding us back is the fact that Trump really wants to keep this job because he knows that if he loses it, they'll prosecute him in New York for other crimes. So it's like his only defense now is to remain president no matter what, and then claim he can't be impeached. So he's really become a stubborn wart in American politics right now, Trump has. He's synonymous with a wart. Unable to do anything, unable to accomplish anything. We've gone over all the different things he's failed to do. If you looked over this list, this tells it like it is. One of the people came in the room. I said this during the pre-show, and I'll say it again. But you voted for Trump? Mad's mom said, as of today, no wall, no new immigration law, no revised immigration laws, no H-1B visas canceled, no DACA is repealed, no birthright anchor baby repealed, no sanctuary city lawsuits, no E-Verify requirement, no border closure, no cancellation of the visa lottery, no arrest of any swamp creatures or elite pedos, no stop to chemtrails or human trafficking or the CIA drug running, no stop of the 5G network, GMO foods, vaccines, fluoride, chemtrails, no support for Assange WikiLeaks when they helped him win, and no Clinton prosecution. I added that part. Are you happy still? I don't know how you Republicans can justify your support for him. That was Mad's mom. Thank you, Mad's mom. And we got a nice video tonight from Scammers Revolt. Deleting of all scammers' files destroyed. Some guy scammed a scammer and got all of the guy's files deleted.
With the loud intro, coming at you guys with another freaking banger. I'm sorry, I'm so enthusiastic right now.
Apparently these scammers are not even abreast of their computers the way some people are able to handle their computers, and they're able to open their gateway to their computer, not realizing they themselves are opening their gateway. The scammers are. Now, I worked quite a bit when I was younger and decided to go into my own personal business because I couldn't stand the working environment in the corporations. I wouldn't work for corporations. I went on my own and I realized what I wanted to do, and I tried it, and I realized that there was a huge wall there. I sold advertising, and unless you are willing to suck up to corporations at every level, you can't really sell advertising. Corporations are impinging on the small businesses in this country in a big way and preventing the growth of our private sector. And I encountered it firsthand in my small business. But I've never been a scammer, and I don't believe that people who are scammers should succeed. And I support the idea of scamming the scammers. Sure, why not? I'm tired of the way that people have been fleeced on the internet.
Amanda, all the cells you see behind planes in the sky are part of an evil government plot. Our phone towers are actually death towers, and they're going to kill you too. I hope you enjoy this call, and I hope you join me in Madison Star Moon by just trying to educate people on how meteorology actually works.
Okay, another Madison Star movie. She's going to be focusing on chemtrails and the 5G network. Good. Thanks a lot for those links, Scissor Fight. Appreciate it. I find this very hard to believe that they had 7 suicide bombers at these attacks. But whatever. Sri Lanka attacks, death toll soars as police identify 7 suicide bombers. The likelihood of 7 suicide bombers is very, very difficult to imagine. But 290 people dead, more than 500 wounded, created quite an impact. You wonder if it's real. Yeah. We're analyzing it as if it could be fake at this point, but I saw a video that looked terribly real. Right, tying up the scammer on the line of the phone just prevents one other person from being scammed, ironically. It would take a team of people to tie up lines of scammers on the phone from Nigeria trying to take your computer over. One of the biggest scams that they're using is they have a page with a screen hijacker that pops up saying your computer is completely infested. It just happens to be an animation that's playing in the background. And whenever you click on anything on the screen, it just pops up the screen. It's an automatic, it's built into the code. Your computer's not infested at all. But on that pop-up screen is an 800 number or some dial-up number to call, or click here if you want more information, and then automatically they send you a keylogger, which then goes into your computer, and then all your personal data is sucked in. or you call and they try to hook you into an online computer session to fix your computer, in which they pretend to be the experts, and they're willing to fix your computer for $500. People fall for this stuff all the time. It wouldn't even be out there if people weren't falling for it all the time. Just like if people didn't gamble at casinos, casinos wouldn't be operating. There wouldn't be any money in gambling if people didn't just go out there and give them all their money. Gambling is a losing proposition. It's really for people that don't understand math. Because gambling, everything's stacked against you. It's rare that you get the edge in a gambling situation. Now, instead of calling these people Christians, you know how the Democrats are. They're claiming that they're Christians, but Obama and Clinton lambasted for calling the bombing Sri Lankans Easter worshippers. Instead of calling them Christians, which, you know, it's like, why are they catering to Muslims? When we need to know that Easter worshippers were Christians that were all persecuted in these attacks in Sri Lanka, if it's indeed true. They already blamed a local Eastern militant group for the attack, but I don't think the Tamil Tigers have even been named as one of the attackers, so.
At least 290 people killed in a coordinated terror attack on Sri Lankan hotels and churches celebrating Easter Sunday. Well, several Americans were among those killed, and 24 people are now arrested in connection with the blast. Here now to react is former Naval Intelligence Officer Don Bramer. Don, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate it.
Good morning, Heather.
Let's just begin with your initial attacks on what happened. Your initial thoughts.
You know what this is? This is a constant rise in what we're seeing in attacks against Christians, Catholics.
Let's foment some more fear, shall we? Let's just waft the flame of fear. The more we waft it, the more we're going to have continual fear, so that everyone will be afraid of everything, so that we'll all just give up our rights, surrender our freedoms, and wait for Big Brother to take us away and zip tie us and send us to the FEMA camps, where we will be executed and then incinerated. That's where this is going. CNN, really? Aren't you stooping a little bit? Sending me a CNN link? Ocasio-Cortez, what's next? Nuclear codes and Instagram DMs? Talk about fanning the flame of fear. Yeah, I can't even get this to play. If it plays in the next 6 or 7 hours, I'll get back to you. Well, I think they're trying to create more and more fear. That's their game. And the end result is more weapons, more military-industrial complex buildup, and more death to innocent people. I don't know. I can't even. I can't account for anything Ocasio says. Nor do I think she can either. Yeah, you're all fearful, I know, but I mean, part of your fear is exaggerated by the media. So I'm here to kind of minimize your concern and help you realize that there's hope here on the internet to find out what's true and what's fake. It's not all fake news. Even though you may be supportive of Donald Trump, not everything's fake news. The truth is Donald Trump has flip-flopped on almost every issue. That's the truth. The big picture is that Donald Trump generates fake news. He's the one who went and met all of the kids that were allegedly worried about gun control after Parkland shooting. He spent like an hour and 24 minutes exactly meeting with all these kids that were seriously supporting gun control. And he even said in an interview, "Oh, first we take their guns, then we do the due process later." This man is not supportive of your right to bear arms. He's just saying it to get elected. and has been from the very beginning. It's pathetic. Fear, greed, guilt are all leverage used to manipulate public obedience. So true. Yes, we saw the gorilla selfie, Eric. We believe it's photoshopped. Yep. And it's been removed due to the cruelty to animals laws. It's illegal to Photoshop animals in cruel positions, like standing next to people. I'm kidding. I'm making it up. All right, moving on. I guess we have that to deal with. We got a couple of stories I got to play out of the mainstream media tonight. Fox and CBS and those things. We'll still play them, of course, but I've even got a guy fishing out of sewers here in some city somewhere. 5 minutes of him fishing out of a sewer. That's got to be fun. He actually finds a couple of things out of there. Anyway, we'll get to that later. We got a bunch of things. Pelosi, Robert Mueller. It's just full of a lot of nothing. Basically, the show is going to be full of fluff tonight. In the end, it's just them saying the same things over and over again, expecting different results. Okay, and this I have not talked about yet. An Emirati woman wakes up from a coma after almost 30 years. Wow. A car crash in 1991 left Minura Abdullah in a comatose state, but her son never lost hope that she would someday wake up. Munira Abdullah awakened from a 27-year-old vegetative state. Wow. That's amazing. It's just phenomenal. All I can say is she looks pretty good for wear and tear. I guess sleeping, something to say about sleeping your whole life away. Apparently you don't age as much. I'm not worried, Super Saver Dave. I've already seen my future. I'm confident everything I'm doing is right on track. Other people aren't confident in what I'm doing because they don't realize I have way more staying power than they do.
More data.
Negative land. Ooh, that looks good. Negative land.
More truth. All of the data
And
all of the truth, right?
as
More data becomes available, more truth. No. In fact, quite the opposite. Okay, I'll play that tonight too. Thank you, Howie. And it's strange, we got this story that the Jerusalem Post posted this picture of this guy who claims that he was responsible for all the attacks. I find it odd that the Jerusalem Post would make up a story about this obviously mentally retarded or deficient person being blamed for the entire thing. Yeah. This guy claims he's wanted to attack the same area of Colombo before. I don't know. It's just a little too weird the Jerusalem Post would put some mentally deficient person out there as the perpetrator ahead of everything. I mean, it just seems a little, it's almost like suspicious, you know, like maybe they were involved in it. A good happening, 31,000 employees walk off the job, strike for 11 days, and win.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I have to say that I am really getting tired of reading comments from people who say there's nothing we can do, there's nothing we can do, there's nothing we can do.
There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing. Hey, I've been forming a political party for the past 10 years. We're doing something. We got people watching. That's the important thing. Yeah, better than nothing. That's Never Lose Truth. We'll play her tonight. Good happening. Yeah, I'm glad some people are getting some solutions with their strikes. That's great. And we've got a 1-minute video of the aftermath of the Sri Lanka attack. I'll be looking at this after the show to verify if it's fake or not. 1.5 minutes of pretty gross stuff. I was convinced it was pretty real to me. I'll be looking at that later. Yeah, I'm just doing a little link updates here. Oh yeah, I had the architect of the Notre Dame event. Oh, it's gone. Look at that. Remember we played the architect talking about how the building could not burn like that without an accelerant? Well, now this link is dead. Let's just see if it's completely dead. Maybe it'll come back to life. Nope, they got rid of it. Another sign of guilt. Getting rid of links from an actual expert that built the electrical system at Notre Dame is a classic example of guilt at the highest level. For some reason, the French want to frame this as a short circuit, not some sort of an attack on the building, which clearly was using incendiary devices, and they suppressed a video of the actual worker engineer that designed the safety that was put into the Notre Dame facility. It's one of the safest areas in the world with numerous redundancies in place. And he said all of that was blown by. They must have used an accelerant, and now the video is gone. That's a sure sign that these people who did this act wanted to be a short circuit. It's like controlled demolition, exactly. Just like with the 9/11 attack, they insisted that this picture of a passport was in perfect condition, that would somehow lead to the 18 alleged terrorists who we still haven't caught. And it was also pad. The whole building was completely down. All the buildings World Trade Center attack. We'll talk more about it tomorrow at Truth Tuesday, but everything was decimated, dustified, except for this one pristine passport leading to 18 terrorists that did it. Completely cad, made up story in order for us to believe that Muslims attacked the Trade Center and then sparked the war in Iraq and Afghanistan right after that. Or I should say Afghanistan, then Iraq, in that order. Yeah, exactly. That's what the guy said. He said an 800-year-old tree. Let me show you at least what he said. He said, architect of restorations for Notre Dame speaks out. So you're telling us that this type of timber doesn't burn like that? Notre Dame architect says, no. You know, oak that is 800 years old doesn't burn like that. You would need a lot of kindling to succeed. It's almost petrified in the building. So there's something very suspicious about this whole event, and we did show you the incendiary device on the roof when they were dropping these things down the ventilation shaft, and the French government doesn't even want to look at that footage. Very suspicious. So it looks more to me like France needed some money, and what better way to get $600 million in 2 or 3 days than to have Notre Dame burned down? It's a standard insurance scam. The donations are pouring in now to France. The economy is looking up. It's a positive upturn. Burn down their most haloed edifice and then get in all kinds of money. That's the primary motivation. I would look to the government of France as the perpetrator here. Not that I care because it's not on American territory, but I mean, let's face it, this is a disaster in the making. These people are running out of money. No, I'm not asking you to donate to anyone. I'm just saying they're running out of money and they got lots of donations now. Courageous cat fights off an oncoming train. Here we go. Now this is built to scale. So Kate versus Gartenbahn 3. Wow. Impressive. Nice job, Katsy. Yeah, Katsy. That was fun. I almost enjoyed that. Yeah, sorry I can't reach Sarah's level of excitement about things, but she's obviously having a really good day, you know. You know, it's just also strange that I talked about this last week, but high school records prove that Ilhan Omar married her brother. Yet Trump doesn't even want to talk about this. Isn't that weird? It's like they want Ilhan Omar to be the poster child of all Muslims and they want to pick on her. Yeah, but they don't want to prosecute her or really find out why she allowed her brother to become a U.S. citizen by marrying him. Oh no, let's not find out the truth. That would take her out of the play. Then she wouldn't be the token Muslim in Congress. And now this is the biggest, most disturbing story yet. Amazon isn't the only company that paid $0 in federal taxes last year. Look at all these other companies. Netflix, General Motors, Chevron, JetBlue, IBM, U.S. Steel were among the companies that avoided taxes last year, using a diverse array of loopholes and tax breaks. This is all because of Donald Trump. He's costing our government tons of money by not taxing companies that make money. It's unbelievable. The tax breaks for the rich the Republicans have put forth are going to bankrupt our country quickly. They estimate in the next 10 years, our country will lose $5.5 trillion in potential taxes because of Donald Trump and the Republicans. Meaning, we don't have any money coming in to cover the excessive spending of Donald Trump and the Republicans. Isn't this unbelievable? It's like our country's being managed by nincompoops. It's beyond belief. Well, we're losing money left and right by overspending, and then on top of it, Trump gives tax breaks to the rich, and Jeff Bezos doesn't pay a penny. And plus, he raised my avocado prices with his big mouth. That's what really pissed me off. It cost me $3 extra last week to buy avocados. Well, it's 5.5 trillion by my estimate, but if you've got 7 trillion, sure, why not? What difference does it make if we're going to talk about what we don't have? Wow. You know, I think what's really happening is there's so many different ways in which our government's being screwed over. It's like we can't even keep track. The NSA can't even listen to Donald Trump's phone calls. He has a private cell phone conversation every day from the White House, and no one knows who he's talking to. I'll bet the other side of the phone is, "This is Vladimir Putin talking to you, Mr. President. You will do this or I will play your sex tape on the national media. Do you understand me?" "Oh, don't do that, Vladimir, no. Don't play my sex tape, no. No. We have sex selfie. We will play it unless you do exactly like we said in Venezuela. Do you understand me?" We'll never know. All those conversations with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are private. Oh, but there's no collusion, no obstruction. He's downloading instructions from Beelzebub, right? If he doesn't do exactly like Lucifer says, his sex selfie of his small penis will be seen all around the world. Donald Trump sounds like Ringo Starr. Don't do that. Ringo Starr. No collusion. No. No collusion, except he's got a private sat phone or a cell phone, always talking to whoever he wants without the NSA even knowing. Oh, yeah. And, you know, they are listening in various areas. We know for a fact the Russians and the Chinese have what are called stingrays in cars and vans roaming around D.C. Oh, because they have diplomatic immunity. You can't even pull these vans over and have them searched because they're part of the embassy operation. So Russia and China have these stingray units that bring in cell phone signals like Donald's and then sort them out and then say, oh yeah, we got Donald on the phone. Okay, let's just listen in the conversation. But the NSA doesn't have that. So we're more in the dark than Russian and Chinese spy agencies about this president. Oh, but there's no collusion. Hey, you got a good video on loneliness in Australia. It's epidemic, as deadly as smoking. Everybody's talking about me. Do. Okay, we'll play that tonight as well. Loneliness. It's contagious. But nobody really gets relief from sharing their lonely stories with no one. One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. Two can be as lonely as one, but the number one is the only one. Hey, so let's go to Happy Thoughts and just play some music, because I think I'm pretty much wrapping it up here. I'm going to sign off, guys. It's been good talking to you and sharing all these links and processing the news. Appreciate it. I'm glad you had a fun time with Sarah, and we will see you guys again tomorrow for Truth Tuesday. But feel free to stay in the show till the wee hours of the morning. I'm open till 2 in the morning, and I'm in the chat room and interacting with all of you. Take care. Have a good one. Get some sleep. Wake up for another one. Another big day. I'll play that in a little bit, yes. Right after this message from me, Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, Mr. Right, too good.